I will officially start. Again, sorry for being late today, guys, starting the show, but life happens. So here we are. Welcome to Beaver Politics. Today you have News Hour with me, Frontline Feminist. However, we are going to be... I'm going to be doing all my shows just pretty much on elections, and today I really feel like just having an open panel, bringing people up here and talking about certain things. I've had one topic on my mind that I really want to open up to the panel, which is basically the movement towards this far right ideology that we're kind of seeing the end results of right now. That's been around for a really, really long time. For those of you that looked at my own personal page, I made a post, barely got any views, even though it's always the posts that you spend the longest time making that get the least views, and then the posts you make, like at a whim, get tons of views. So, but yeah, I made a post about Elon Musk's grandpa and the history of, his history in Saskatchewan and how his grandpa started, having these conspiracy theories. But it just shows you how old they are. It shows you that they're nothing new, unfortunately. Right? I mean, his grandpa 80 years ago had the same views that Elon Musk has today. So this type of thinking is not new. It's been around for a really long time. And I wanted to open up a panel so that we can have a discussion on how do we fix this, right? Because everyone is so focused on elections, and elections are great. And, hopefully we beat out the conservatives. That's obviously what we want, but it doesn't end there, right? Even if the Liberals win, it's not over, right? This is a pressing issue in our society, and it's happening everywhere in the world. It's global. Thank you, Lori. It's a global issue, and these politicians and these far-right figures are just a symptom of a more massive disease, right? We're going to have to keep fighting it, but how do we actually fight it? How do we get to a point where these ideologies are known for how dangerous they actually are? I never had a problem with the Liberals because I didn't believe in the conspiracies that a lot of people read online about them. I feel like every political party makes mistakes. If we look at the scandals of Harper versus the scandals of Trudeau, Harper had a lot more scandals. So, the Trudeau government made a couple of mistakes here and there, but I actually think they did a pretty good job. Our economy is actually pretty good. Everyone, talks about the good old days and how things were cheaper. Well, things were cheaper for everybody all over the world 10 years ago. It's part of capitalism. It's part of the ongoing inflation. That's never going to stop. Prices are only going to keep going up. That's why we need wages to follow suit, right? At the end of the day, though, this is not a one political party problem. This is a worldwide capitalism problem. So I know that the problems that we've experienced are mostly due to capitalism. And under Harper, prices went up too. It's going to be under every single government. You're not going to vote in a party and then all of a sudden go, oh my God, look, everything's coming down to back what it was like in the 90s. It's not going to happen. So I feel like the Liberal government did a great job. They had a good push from the NDP to create a lot of amazing services like dental, pharmacare, child tax benefits, right? So I don't have a problem with them. And I think that under Carney, it's a completely different government because, sorry to say, but Justin Trudeau was not a well-known, world-renowned economist. And now we have a world-renowned economist, and I'd rather have that to deal with the issues with Trump and us having to restructure our economy to be closer to other countries in the EU, then, I can't even imagine, I don't imagine that Pierre Poilievre is ever going to bring us closer to Europe and create better trade relationships. He's just going to give Trump exactly what he wants, and we are going to continue being interlocked with America. And for me personally, I don't want that, because I'm not a fan of America. I've never been a fan of America. I'm happy to rip ourselves away from them slowly. That would be the greatest thing in the world. And the EU has double the population that America has. They're a much better trading partner. I don't know what you mean by they broke the Bill of Rights and nobody was held accountable. So if you could specify what you mean by that. But again, I don't see where they broke the Bill of Rights. You're going to have to get a little bit more specific. I just definitely don't want a guy like Pierre Poilievre to represent us on the world stage. I think that's just an embarrassment for our country. Liberal supporters act childish and violent? Really? That's weird. How do liberal supporters act childish and violent? Pretty sure if we look at most conservatives, they're the ones that are sending death threats to random liberals online just for not agreeing with them. They're the ones that are doxing people. They're the ones that are coming after people's kids. At the end of the day, we also have a lot of parallels with the United States. I mean, conservatives here are very similar to Republicans down in the States. And I'm sorry, but January 6th, that was pretty violent. The extreme right conservative groups that they've been finding in Canada that are planning all kinds of violent behavior. So, yeah, I don't know what you mean by liberal supporters act childish and violent, but... Yikes. Yeah, I mean, with a majority conservative government, that's bad because it only benefits straight white men. So I'm guessing you're probably in that crowd. Keying Teslas. Cool. Yeah, because that's, Elon Musk himself said that empathy is the destruction of society, but now he wants empathy? That's weird. It's very odd. Yeah, there was quite a few childish actors today at Carney's campaign stop in Manitoba, yeah. What about that Carl guy? That Carl guy that decides to follow Carney around and yell crazy stuff about Epstein and Epstein's Island and, making up crazy conspiracy theories? Yeah. That's not childish and violent, right? Random acts of violence, cool. Again, outside of keying Teslas, I don't know if you could give me any other examples. Liberals destroyed Canada. Oh my God. No, they didn't. You've just been down that X and Rumble and Telegram channel rabbit hole, I'm guessing. Did you see Rachel Gilmore's post about losing a job at CTV? When? In the past or the new one that she got to fact check the election? Which one are you talking about, Susie? Carney is not tied to Trump, honey. I know you think so, but it's just because the Conservative Party asked the Trump administration to say that he wants the Liberals to get in so that they could do a bait and switch on you guys, and you're just falling for it, and it is hilarious. I mean, we have proof. Danielle Smith literally said, hey, can you just pause the tariffs so that the Conservatives can win? They're working together. Jamil Javani is one of, PP's best buds, and he's also best buds with JD Vance. Like, they all know each other. They all work together. It is hilarious that you're trying to say that Carney's tied to Trump. Literally one of the funniest comments. You guys are just eating it up. Eating it up. Have you read the policy declaration of the Conservative? Yes, I did, because it's been out since 2023. And it's terrible. It's terrible. Liberals gave Canada the highest debt. Oh my God, the highest drug use. Oh my God. Yeah, dude, it's, again, you do understand that not all debt is bad, right? And when the world goes through problems like a pandemic or the war in Ukraine that ended up, messing up some shipping routes and some trade routes, we're going to have to go a little bit in debt so that we can take care of our people. But the government debt is not your debt. So deal with it. Most countries went into debt. Most countries had issues with their economy, and we actually came out on top as dealing with it in one of the best ways possible. But I know that's hard for you to understand. It's okay. Hey Sasquatch, hey Mrs. Just left Cory Booker's live. That man just pulled a 25. Is he done now? Is he done, or is he still going, Sasquatch? I'm out of lorazepam. Hey. Yeah, I know. The whole, Carney's PhD is plagiarized. I mean, these guys, they only know how to run smear campaigns. It's the only thing they do. That is how conservatives win. They don't win fair and square. They win by conspiracy theories and rage baiting. And we know this at this point. There's absolutely nothing new there, right? How many refugee roommates you let live with you? I don't know if that was for me or not, but I would definitely open up my doors to refugees, and I have welcomed it many times before. Oh, so should the fact-checking job she got fired from? Can you tell me why? Does she say why? No, honey, I would never vote for Maxwell if the Liberals picked her and you're just spreading conspiracy theories. There was one photo of Carney and his wife at a same gathering as Maxwell back in 2013, 7 years before she was even arrested. Sometimes people run in the same socialite groups when you're in that world, and just because they were in one picture together in 2013 doesn't mean anything. You do understand that he's got a security clearance, right? If he's got a security clearance, we would know if there's any nefarious ties. But I know you guys don't believe in security clearance because you don't care if your own leader has it or not, so why would you care about anything else? Yeah, I figured she was going to get blowback from the right-wing conservatives. I knew it. It's so pathetic. It is so pathetic that CTV did that they were like, oh, we care more about what these conservatives think than we care about, good reporting and facts. Oh, I'd be so pissed if I was her right now. Yeah, OU812. Yeah, they're not going to care about his resume because these people don't vote based on resume or, what you've accomplished in life. They don't care about that. I mean, PP's been in office for 20 years. He passed one bill that got revoked because it was so, against our Constitution. So this is a guy that's done literally nothing in 20 years, and they're still going to vote for him. So they don't care about things like credentials or education. I mean, that's for sore losers, right? If you can rage bait, that's what they're looking for. That's the only thing they care about. We should protest CTV. That was a BS call. That was an absolute BS call. She's amazing. That woman is amazing. Brilliant. And has spent so many years digging into misinformation and propaganda. She knows what she's talking about. Who has your vote? Most likely whoever the Liberal MP is in my riding, because they're the ones that are going to beat out the Conservatives in my new riding. I don't vote for a Prime Minister. I vote for a representative in Parliament. Yeah, what happened with Cory Booker, guys? Because now I'm on this live. Did he end it? Is it finally over after 25 hours? Or is he still going? Is anybody gonna tell me? Spotted Bobbit, can you just stop with the misinformation or I will just mute you? Longest speech ever. I think he's done. Cory finished. Okay, cool. 25 hours and 5 minutes. Damn, that man has determination. Love it. He took the last question from his mom. I love it. Record broken. Hell yeah. That is awesome. I think the last record was held by DeSantis, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. How am I supposed to know you're Indigenous? Just FYI. I just said I'm going to mute you because you keep spreading misinformation. Ted Cruz and somebody else, I can't remember. Yeah, I thought it was Ted Cruz. I think Ted Cruz went for like 21 and a half hours or something like that. Storm Thurmond. Let's see. Yeah, you're right. Storm Thurmond went for 24 hours and 18 minutes. So yeah, he beat him with 25 hours and 5 minutes for sure. Nice. Yeah, he held up a lot of Republicans in the Senate today. That was great. Yeah, Storm was, Strom, sorry, not Storm. Dyslexia. Strom was 24 hours and 18 minutes. I'm just trying to see here, because all the news that's popping up about Cory right now is still saying that he's in his speech. So there hasn't been any article out yet that he's done, because he probably just finished. Wow. Good for him. Man of determination. Okay, let's see. Let's open up the panel. Whoever wants to jump up here, let's chat. Yeah, people must be writing summaries. Yeah, I'm sure that they kept track of the whole thing. Sasquatch, how's it going?
Good. It's so strange hearing sirens now. Like, I moved from Prince George to Mackenzie, and I used to live on Queensway in Prince George, and it's like I never noticed sirens, and now like they just like stand out like a sore thumb. It's so weird.
I live on a main street. There's sirens all the time, and that's like with all my windows closed. It's just loud and crazy.
I miss the sound of gate, though. I miss the sound of gate breaks. I know we're not supposed to use them, but I like them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just
in a restaurant
myself. Oh, hey, Tiffany. I was gonna say, it's so funny how we have Pierre spouting like boots over suits, and that guy didn't even show up to the non-confidence vote to vote out Trudeau. He was at like a fancy banquet with his lobbyist buddies, and then we've got a left politician just pulled a 25-hour shift. Like, I don't know how sort of people can vote right. I just will never understand it.
I know.
I don't understand it either. Oh, hey, I know I didn't get a chance to do that video about Smith and the whole interference thing. And long story short, I have a bookkeeping business and it's GST time. Yeah. Anyways, they did call me back, by the way, and they forwarded my complaint to the commissioner. So fingers crossed that they are actually taking it seriously and maybe putting some pressure, if nothing else, on behavior, hopefully. Because it's not okay behavior. Like, I keep posting stuff because, like, I got really upset that people were trying to talk about Carney's PhD and it being plagiarized. I'm like, A, do you know how difficult it is to get into Oxford University for any period of time for any reason? Like, let alone to write a PhD with a thesis. Like, do you understand the level of scrutiny a thesis goes under?
Well, they don't, because none of them have one. Right? I mean, they don't understand what it goes into writing a PhD and a PhD thesis. And we've had, his teachers, we've had the university, we've had everyone say that's a load of BS.
I keep sharing stuff, and it's funny. I'm getting a lot of traction on Facebook, or at least the algorithm is making me believe that I am. I'm at least being honest with myself. The algorithm is making me believe that I am.
Believe that you are what?
That I'm dispelling misinformation that's being posted, because the Book of Face is now the Twatter 2.0.
It's so bad. I left Facebook. I couldn't even handle it. Like, I could not believe Facebook anymore. It is becoming a right-wing hate group.
Twatter 2.0.
Yeah, and people with progressive views get absolutely... It's disgusting what happens in those comment section. Mm-hmm. And it's really weird how when you try to do anything or write anything back, you're the one that gets blocked or banned or whatever, but they're allowed to say the most hateful, vile things. It's very similar to this app, right? Like, this app, I can get in trouble in a comment section for just writing the phrase low IQ. If I even have low IQ typed out, I will get my comment taken down. But somehow they can say F off libtard, and that's okay. They can say, I hope something bad happens to you. That's okay. Like, it's insane how, like, I cannot be even a tiny little bit critical, but they can be like full on violent in the comments, and that's allowed up.
Yep, 100%.
I wrote a clown emoji, and my clown emoji got taken down for guideline violations, like, by TikTok. It wasn't even reported. It was just TikTok immediately was like, you can't do a clown emoji. But they can, because when I go to my filtered comments, I see a ton of clown emojis all the time. And somehow that's allowed. They don't get their comments taken down for clown emojis, but mine do, when it's just one single clown emoji. What is up with that?
I'm curious, because we're talking, 5 days till the TikTok ban goes again into effect in the US. I'm wondering how much that is having an effect on what is currently going on with a lot of our algorithms. And it's not just us. I'm on an American Live every single morning, and they're talking about all the shadow bans, all the stuff going on.
Can I get everyone who's not talking to please mute when they're not speaking, just so that, because we're getting some background noise. Thank you.
Yes, and I'm sorry I have background noise. I'm in a restaurant. I'm always at a restaurant on a Tuesday. But we were talking today about the shadow bans that are happening, all the stuff that's happening for Americans on TikTok, and the uncertainty moving forward. I keep trying to share nitty stuff and all sorts of stuff to Americans because they're like, oh, Oracle might buy TikTok. And I'm like, that makes this more toxic than the Book of Face and X combined. Like, I'm like, that makes it even.
TikTok has already bent the knee.
Yes,
it's already bent the knee.
The last ban. They totally did it in the last ban. We all knew it.
It's not going to get worse. It's going to stay very much the same, even if Oracle buys it out, because one of the caveats to being able to get TikTok is making sure that ByteDance stays the way that it is and that the algorithms don't change. So the algorithms won't change. It'll still be ByteDance, but it will be run by Oracle. So the censorship is already here, right? That's why a lot of us use code words. That's why we get suppression when we talk about anything that's too explicit about, like, you know, saying the word Trump or saying the word Musk and then having any sort of criticism there, that'll get shadow banned. But if we call them the orange Cheeto, then the videos, you know, make their way out into the public. There's also ways to combat the shadow banning. If you have enough followers that are willing to comment the word viral somewhere in your comment section, and also share it, like clicking the copy link button, as well as reposting it, will also be very good to get, you know, to amplify people's news and people's videos. But I don't think it's going to change too much if Oracle buys it. I think that it's already bad. But it's still a little bit better than Facebook and Instagram. And, you know, it's a little bit better because it is easier to build community and find others. But we are definitely way more suppressed than
we were even
the right. Than the right.
Yeah. Even than 3 months ago. Because, it was interesting. I shared a post. Please, everybody, if you guys have a moment to go and reshare my post. It was an American who asked me to post it. It was to help out people in the U.S. who may get detained by the frozen water people, and so I definitely wanted to share that out with everybody and the information to help their children who. So if everybody could do me that favor, please. But yeah, I think you're right. I'm trying to share out information as productive as possible. And this was something that somebody requested and I think is really near and dear to my heart because this is in the best interest of children and parents. And I really want to get this info out there and make this go viral. And I know how hard it's going to be given the fact that there is clearly a great deal of censorship going on right now, and I'm trying my best to figure out ways to be as empowering and supportive as possible because I want to empower people. I don't want to give up hope.
Was it that last one, Tiffany? I just shared your very last video.
Yes, it's the very last one with the cat picture. I picked the cat picture.
I just wanted to double check.
Yeah, because it was super easy to show a cat picture. Everybody loves kitties.
All right, so if you guys are here and you're watching, go to Tiffany's profile, share it out, repost, do whatever you need to do. You know how it works. But I do want to kind of focus in the conversation a little bit so that we can, discuss some important topics rather than just hang out, as much fun as hanging out is. But what's been on my mind a lot lately is kind of what I was talking about earlier, like the disease and the symptom are these right-wing politicians and these right-wing figures. And after watching Adolescence, like that TV show really stuck with me. And I watched it last week and I'm still thinking about it. Like I think about it every day. It was very emotional. It was so well done. And it really talks about this, you know, I don't like, it's hard to talk about because I don't want it to come across as blaming men. Because a lot of people that was their criticism of that show, is that it's somehow blaming men, but it's not. It's talking about how this end stage patriarchy is really ruining society, and it's creating a lot of these really negative ideologies that with social media have had the chance to spread so much, and it's really affecting young boys. So if you guys haven't watched it, I'll tell you a little bit about it. It is a 4-part series based on a true story, but still fiction, about a 13-year-old boy who ends up unaliving a 13-year-old girl. And the whole show focuses on that boy. And instead of like what led up to it, it's more of a psychological deep dive into why it happened and how an innocent, young kid could end up doing something like that. And it was about the influence that young men are getting online and where that influence is coming from and how it's affecting behaviors in high school and in middle school, and how early on these young kids are learning about very adult topics. And it really has to do with how this narrative that like feminism and equality and diversity, right? It's about the narrative of how DEI is disenfranchising men, right? Because the rumors and the stuff that these young boys are growing up with is, only 20% of men are appealing to women, and the other 80% are never going to get women. So they become very, very, very insecure. And the whole thing with this boy is that he was, he barely hit puberty, and girls didn't like him that much. He wasn't like super popular. So he started internalizing a lot of this insecurity, and through certain emojis, this girl, like this popular girl, it's crazy to think that this is like happening at 13 years old, but this popular girl put these emojis on his Instagram post that basically called him an incel. And he was very, very like distraught by that. And at one point, she was made fun of because something happened to her where she ended up sending a more explicit picture of herself to a boy, and that boy posted it online, and all these other boys were making fun of her. And so this kid that ends up doing this 13-year-old boy thought, oh, this is the perfect time for me to ask her out because she's weak. She's in a weak state right now, so she might say yes to me. And he asked her out, and she still said no. And when she still said no, he became violent and unalived her. And so the whole show starts with the police coming and, busting down the door to the house and arresting him. And the first episode is like him going through the evidence with the police and his dad there. The second episode focuses on what his high school was like and the dynamics of the high school or the middle school that he was in, and how all the boys are and what popularity is all about and yada yada. The third episode is the most important episode, and if you're not going to watch the whole show, watch the third episode, because the third episode is 7 months after the incident, when he's in a facility and he needs to undergo psych evaluation. And he's got a psychiatrist undergoing psych evaluation with her. And it is so eye-opening to the struggles that young men are facing and the things that they believe when it comes to women because of the stuff that they get fed online. So it's so good. And then the fourth episode, it's the final episode, and that really focuses on like the life of the family after the event. And it was brilliant, because all these shows usually focus on the victim, right? But it was what this show is trying to say is like the girl and the boy are victims in this. They're both victims here because at 13-year-old, you're so young, you don't know what you're doing. And the kid might have grown up completely differently if he wasn't bombarded with rhetoric coming from the manosphere. So yeah, and that's kind of what I wanted to talk about in today's show is how do we go about fixing this issue in our society, because it's a prevalent issue and it is starting to cause more and more violence towards women. It's starting to cause more and more insecurity in men. How do we fix it? It's hard because parents are so busy today due to, having to work so much to be able to make ends meet. They're not home. They put their kids in front of a computer and they're thinking to themselves, oh, my kid's just playing some video games. They don't realize that their kid is being indoctrinated this entire time. And it's a really, really, really dangerous place that we're in right now. And just voting, right, and like just us getting through this election isn't going to change this. Even if the Liberals get in, it's still not going to change this, as I call it, like disease of society. This, and the same way we have end stage capitalism, we have like end stage patriarchy. So it's how do we go about it, right? One of the things obviously is education, but now I want to hear from the panel. Like, what do you guys think are some solutions for our society being able to move forward when this is what 13-year-old boys are ingesting every day?
I just wanted
Kingston.
I just wanted to say, actually, I did a video this morning. I don't know if you saw it or not, but it's kind of related to what you're saying, because I saw the show and you mentioned something that was very accurate, but I'm going to correct you on that. You said, I don't want to blame all men. Well, I do blame men. I'm going to be straightforward for that. I do blame men and the patriarchy that has been created for years, even decades, even centuries. And the women always had the second place citizenship comparing to men. And today on Feminists Without Religion, there was they put some talker or somebody, I don't know who this guy is, but somebody right wing again, and that said that women should just reproduce and be mothers or something. And I made a very strong comment about that how disgusting it is that we table women to either be subservient wives, or we we pigeonhole them as to be mothers and just, shall I say procreate? I don't know if that's appropriate or not. But the bottom line is that mentality with people like Shapiro and Trumps and so forth continues to be fostered. And all these laws against abortion, and also all these laws in US that are bringing down the age of consent for sex, tells me that we are back to an era where patriarchy has won. If there was a battle, patriarchy has won and took the upper hand, to the point that we're back to the era where a woman's role is to be that subservient wife. And I'll tell you why that's relevant. Because I had a client that came out of abusive relationship, no name mentioned, but she identified one of the problems for many women to come out of abusive marriage is the abusing men, and society has pigeonholed them in one role only, wife. And for them to break that role and say, I'm leaving my husband, is emotionally very shattering, because that's the only role they have known for sometimes 20 years. Cook for you, clean for you, be your sex object, raise your children, clean the house, and be the loving, supportive wife. And all of a sudden, in the middle of the abuse, you're expecting them to just walk out and surrender that role. It's like telling a police officer, you quit your job and take off your uniform, or military man to take off your uniform. It's very difficult. And I think in that sense, I do blame all men. And I do say that this is patriarchy at its best. And I saw the show, and I think it was very poignant to talk about it and say, until we have that. And one of the major problems, I'm going to go on, sorry, but one of the major problems with men, and you see that in my video this morning, if any of you interested, go and watch it about this morning. Men become defensive. If I say to them, let's talk about violence against men, immediately I get some garbage thrown at my face that, well, what about violence by women against men? And if I say sexual assault against women is wrong, they're going to say, well, what about the women who do it to men? And if I say racism is wrong, they're going to say, well, what about the white people who are victims? And this whataboutism is part of that patriarchy to deflect right back and, and put it back even on me to say, why would you even bring it up when it's so unfair, it's so one-sided? And you can call it one-sided, you can call me one-sided. I really, I've said that I'm a feminist and I will die on that hill if I have to, because I had so many clients and so many lady clients, and years that I worked, probably when I was a young man, I was like these guys, very narrow-minded. And now I understand that there are a lot of incels around. I didn't even know what incel was until I watched the movie Adolescence, because I heard that term and I didn't. And that's a separate issue, but the misogyny, the patriotism, they are still real. And really, as much as I appreciate women talking out, and the onus is on men to do something about it. The onus is on men to get off their butts, whether they're married, whether they're single, and stop it. And back to relationship, this is one of the problems men have. The last research that I'm aware of showed that 60% of bachelorettes that are in their 20s and 30s are not interested in relationships. And I see that in the women that I meet. And 60% of bachelors complaining they cannot find a girlfriend, not just a date, but a steady girlfriend. And that's maybe one reality that hopefully will wake men up to say, why do you think this is happening? Because women are not willing to just lock up their identities as your girlfriend, wife, fiance, and you are again back to, as a male, back to looking for some woman to look after you, again, as girlfriend or as fiance. Reminds me of one woman that the guy who was so fascinated with her called and says, okay, what are we doing this Saturday night? And she said, well, I'm visiting my mom, but I don't know what you're doing for Saturday night. You can do whatever you want to do. It was from a guy who expected her to be like, oh, I'm your girlfriend. We can plan together. So what I'm saying is onus backs on women, men, that they need to be educated. They need to stop being defensive. And if I talk about something like domestic violence, I don't want to hear not all men. I'm not like that. I'm a good guy. That's not the issue that you're a good guy or good man. The issue is we need to address it and we need to change the society. And as much as I appreciate all the ladies talking about this matter, unless we change the men, we're going to have a difficulty to stopping patriarchy. And that's my point of view. But if you have some times, particularly to Tiffany, see my video this morning and all the videos that I do on feminism on my site, because I'm very passionate about this cause, perhaps because I worked so long with victims of domestic abuse and sexual and SA. And therefore, I'm going to still put more videos, because it's just, for me, it's a battle that's never going to end, at least not in my lifetime. But sorry, I talk too much. But
no, that's okay. That's okay. I just wanted to, and then Smarshy, I'll let you go. I know you had your hand up, and Calvin, I saw your hand up too, so I'll let you go after Smarshy. What I wanted to say though is, it's not that, I don't think that patriarchy won. I think that it never got to even be in competition with something else. Like, patriarchy's been around for as long as we really have historical records. And I think it's been winning. But obviously, as we have moved towards a more progressive way of life with, women being allowed to vote and women being allowed to go out into the workforce and get the same jobs as men, that's the honest truth of it, is that more women can now get by without needing a man there. Like, let's be completely real, right? Before we had all of the rights that we had, we literally could not have a life without a man, because we couldn't even open a bank account. We were by force tied into needing to be married. And we also couldn't leave a relationship as easily as we can leave now because of those ties, right? So if we were being abused in that relationship, we couldn't just walk away because we'd have to find another relationship so that we can continue to afford to live. But now that that's not there anymore, we're seeing this, these women that are just saying, no, I'm going to look after myself. I'm going to look after my career. And it's shifted society in a way where women are actually wanting a real partner, right? Like, they're not looking for as much security anymore because we can give that to ourselves by just having a job and working and being able to provide for ourselves. We're looking for an actual partner in life, a friend, a good friendship, passion, chemistry, etc., right? And all of a sudden, there's all these men that are like, it's not as easy to get women anymore, and they're really upset about that. Instead of just trying to be better people, right? That's what led to this whole incel culture at the end of the day, right? And that's what led to Jordan Peterson saying that there should be enforced monogamy, because he blames women for men doing all of these violent things in the world. And he's saying that, men are doing this because it's harder for them to get girlfriends. And so instead of telling the men to get better so that they could get girlfriends more easily, they're just telling women that they should just be forced to be with men so that men are not alone and they don't cause violence in the world, which is ridiculous. But I do want to say that as much as, yes, men have perpetuated this problem, women have also perpetuated it too, right? There is a lot of women out there with a lot of internalized misogyny. And when I said that I don't think it's necessarily that they're not necessarily to blame, that it's the system to blame, is that look at that 13-year-old kid. Can we really blame him, or do we have to blame the adults? Right. And what you said about men having to take charge, I think that's huge, because women are never going to do it. Right. Like, it doesn't matter, especially when you talk to these men that don't even look at women as a equal human. They're never going to listen to us. So it is going to be the job of men, specifically cis, straight, white men. They're going to have to be the ones to lead this movement out of this if we're ever going to get out of it, because these guys are not going to listen to anybody but that. And even in the show, what you saw that was very, very evident, the point that they were making is how badly these boys needed a father figure, right? Like, how much the dad was feeling like he failed. He failed his son. He didn't spend enough time with him. He didn't give him the approval that his son was obviously wanting, right? Because there was that whole part where when he did bad in sports, his dad just couldn't look at him. He couldn't make eye contact because he felt embarrassed that his kid was doing bad in sports. So he would turn his face away. And that ended up traumatizing his 13-year-old son. So again, there's this connection that men need other men. Men need to be in communities, in healthy communities with other men. They need strong father figures. And a lot of the time when a dad is really busy, then these 13-year-old boys are finding father figures online, like Joe Rogan and Jordan Peterson and Ben Shapiro. And unfortunately, it's these guys who become their father figure. And that's really, really dangerous. All right, Smarshy and then Calvin.
Flatline, how are you doing? Pretty lovely. Hi, everybody. How's it going? Okay,
I'm doing good. How are you?
We'll have a conversation about that after. That's not for here. it's been an up and down day, but that's besides the point. I want to say, Kingston, thank you so much for hitting the nail right on the head. However, I don't just blame men. I blame society as a whole because they have been allowing men and young men since they have been like knee high to a grasshopper. Oh, you know, it's it's just boys will be boys. That is the key word we're looking at is boys will be boys, and that is taking the onus away from the men or the young boys that need to know what they do has repercussions for all actions. And that is a big proponent in this world. I remember a friend of mine, I had said, "Oh, boys with boys," when my nephew and my son were playing, and she sat there and she said, "That's not a good thing to say. Just don't say that again." And I'm like, "Okay, that was the last time I ever said it." But I have heard um a friend of mine, a mutual one here, say, "Oh, well, it just feels good. I can't stop myself." No. And I held his feet to the fire and I said, "No, this is not on anyone but you. If you are doing something with your partner and you can't control yourself and they don't want to do that, that is on you. It doesn't matter what it is on you to stand up and be a man or man enough and say, look, yeah, I'm wrong. I'm in the wrong. I'm not going to do this. We're done." It is that mentality that men are like, oh, boys will be boys. I've heard that my entire life. I've also heard as a young girl that and going into my adulthood, oh, he's just picking on you. He loves you. Why are we conditioning our young girls or young women into believing that this is okay? We're conditioning them to be okay with the abuse that we suffer at the hands of people that are supposed to love and protect us. And that is another thing I cannot wrap around my head. I've had men come up to me and ask me questions, and they sit there and they ask me the most asinine questions. I'm like, ask yourself this one question. And they're like, okay, what would you do if your daughters had this said to her? How would that make you feel? And they're like, well, it would make me feel like a shitty father. Okay, well, why would you say it to your son and not have it be okay for your son, but not be okay said to your daughter? The minute I said that, it completely just switched. They were completely turned around. And if you have to tell me that you're a good person, you are not getting access to me or my group. I'm sorry. And Desiree in the comments made a good point when she said, people please need to stop using real men or this would do this. It's not real men. Men who know and respect other people will do better. We need to teach men today and young men today do better to be better because then we are a better society and there'll be less tragedies. That is, and I did watch Adolescence and oh my God, I cried and then I got angry and then I cried some more and then I got even more angry and I'm just like, nope, not doing this.
It was an emotional roller coaster, wasn't it?
Oh,
I bawled my
it was
eyes out.
something.
That third episode, I cried
Oh,
throughout the entire thing.
but when he was in the interview with the psychologist or psychiatrist, and he's like, "Oh, throwing his stuff around," I'm like, "That's
Psychologist.
exactly what I dealt with as a young woman in my marriage. That's what I dealt with." Oh, you scared that I'm mad? You scared I'm mad? No, I'm scared because I don't know what's going to come out of you. I don't know if you're Jekyll and Hyde today. And that's a big proponent of the problem we're dealing with. Thank you.
Agreed. Calvin, and then I'll get to everybody. I promise I'll get to everybody. Also, if you really want to say something, put your hand up in the comments. I'll try to make a mental note.
Hi,
Calvin.
hi guys. I don't have a lot of time, but I got two stories. I guess I want to contribute. See, when you're telling your story, you said both male and female were both victims. I totally agree. If you would follow me for a second, we had the civil rights movement. And so we had a tiny portion of the larger male society, like the white male society, lose a little bit of power. Then you had the feminist movement. Again, you had a little increase of decreased power in these group of men. Then we had a technology change. The internet no longer was masculinity being outdoors anymore or playing in sports. It was now being master of your own domain, the computer. And then that's when, again, men lost a little bit of power. They were no longer physically powerful. They were getting their fix from something else. So with the combination of those things, we had a whole generation of men that were easily susceptible to role models such as Joe Rogan. And again, because our society has changed and we have to work more, dads aren't there for the kids, or some other situations the dad leaves. So how to fix it? We have to disconnect and actually go back out there and start visiting one another, start hanging out, start socializing, and disconnect and let our consciousness catch up to our technology, if you kind of understand what I'm saying. And the second
I do, but I sorry, I'm going to cut you off there for 1 second. I promise I'll listen to the other story, but some people said it and I'm going to bring it up too because I kind of feel the same way. I don't think that anybody lost any power. I don't think that they lost power. They lost a perception, a false perception maybe of power, but they didn't really lose power because they still have the exact same rights they had before. That's what I mean. They thought that they had the right to a woman. They always thought they had the right to just take whatever they wanted, but that was a false right. When it came to actual human rights, none of their rights ever got taken away. Therefore, they didn't actually lose any power. They lost perceived power.
But see, this is why I like working with you. You can take my mind and know what I'm thinking and talking about, and you can put it into words for me. That's exactly what I mean. It's not the actual power, but it was like the feeling of being in control, being the man, being outdoorsy, being you know what I mean?
I do. And that's why I wanted to interject because I knew that's what you meant, but I didn't want people to take you the wrong way because I knew what you were talking about. But I wanted everybody to be clear because that's one of the misconceptions that leads to this kind of behavior is that they think that they actually had rights taken away, that they actually had some of their power removed when realistically they have all of the same rights and they are still the dominant ones in society. So therefore, they never lost any power.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. No, I know. And that's why you have this very toxic masculinity dominant movement in the South. And it has infected men here in Canada too, because there's a lot of men that are angry and disenfranchised. And like the gentleman that was speaking before, it's harder for them to find dates because women are asking more of men. And rightfully so. Men have to involve their consciousness and find different forms of masculinity rather than just being physically masculine and match the power. Like it has to be yin and yang. You have to have an equally feminist female matched up with an equally masculine male. That's the only way the energy is going to work if it's properly balanced. I believe personally anyway.
I believe, though, that in a relationship, because all people have masculine and feminine qualities, right?
I know
all
what
of them.
You're going to say, because sometimes our masculinity goes down a little bit, and that's where the other partner picks you up. That's the thing.
But that's what I mean, right? Like, I'm speaking from a lot of experience here because I have, had a lot of issues in dating because I tend to be more of a masculine woman. And it's funny that I get taken as a masculine woman all the time when realistically I'm just an outspoken woman. I'm very ambitious. I've always liked a little bit of healthy competition. Men really don't want to have any sort of healthy competition with their girlfriends though, right? So
Well,
that's
they're
one of the
intimidated.
things. But that's a problem, right? Because that goes back to that thing where like men say that I need to be masculine and my girlfriend needs to be feminine. It's like, no, you're both.
Exactly.
But in different areas, you have to let each other sometimes he'll be more feminine and the girl will be more masculine. And then other times it's the other way around. It doesn't have to be one way 100% of the time.
Exactly.
And that's the problem with a lot. And that's the thing. A lot of strong women, they don't get into relationships as often because they don't want to have to, excuse the expression, but dumb themselves down in order to make a man feel good about himself. Like, it's a rarity to find men that actually, really enjoy being with an intelligent woman, one that can sometimes challenge them. Men don't like to be challenged by women. No. And that's a problem. So that's what I kind of want to put that out there, because I think that the only true healthy relationship is when both partners can challenge each other.
I totally agree. And sometimes, and going back to the yin and yang, and you notice the yin and yang are different percentages all the way around. Sometimes I can bring 100% to the relationship and you can bring nothing. Sometimes I can only bring 20% to the relationship. You got to carry the other 80. And it works the same way with feminism and masculinism. Sometimes I'm not going to be at my masculine self. You've got to carry me.
Yeah, and exactly. And that's what I mean, right? Like, and that's because it's tough. It's tough for a guy to always have to be the one to like hold it together for the relationship. He needs to also be able to break down and be emotional and be sad when bad things are happening in his life, and have the woman step in and be that kind of pillar that holds it all together while the man is dealing with his own, life issues at that time. And that can, again, it can go up and down all the time, but there's so much pressure in our society right now for men to always be that like strong pillar, and they get told that the second that they're not, they're weak. And then that messes with them, when if we build education around what a successful, good relationship that's healthy, that's long lasting actually looks like, maybe men wouldn't be so scared of letting their guard down and being more vulnerable once in a while, and not thinking to themselves, oh, I'm being weak right now, but actually being grateful that they have somebody there that can be their pillar while they're going through, for example, am I allowed to say the D word? But one of their parents passing away, right? Like, that's a hard thing to go through, and people need support when they're in those times of their life. So I think that it should really be up to the couple how they want to play with those two energies. Because at the end of the day, look at all of the non-heterosexual couples out there, right? They're always playing with that energy.
Yeah.
And it's not a problem for them. It's just a problem for the traditional couples.
Yeah. It's because, like I said, their consciousness has not evolved with the technology and the times. Just to let everybody know, English is not my first language. And I'm ADHD. So my thoughts and the way I combine language is sometimes
You're doing good.
You're doing great.
You're doing great. By my partner here, Frontline Feminist. So she knows my thoughts, and she can interpret them for me. Exactly. Thank you very much. My second point before I go is there's some pretty important work. Jennifer, I can't forget her handle name. It's Indigenous Politics. And she outlined maybe 30 seats that was decided, 30 MP seats across the country that were decided by First Nation communities. So I took all of the NDP seats and I outlined all the First Nation reservations that will decide that seat. And I'm doing a video, and that needs to go viral. And if you have any cousins or uncles or relatives on First Nation communities, reservations, hit tag them in this video, and I'm asking all First Nation people to not vote conservative because they are intent on taking away our rights.
Okay,
So
send me the
please,
video and I'll send it to my family on Facebook.
yes, please.
As soon as you post it, send it directly to me in a DM and I'll repost it, I'll do edit, I'll do all the things.
Okay, thank you very much, guys. Good night, and like always, I love being on here with you Frontline, and the rest of you guys are really awesome too.
You're very welcome. Thank you always for being here.
Bye-bye.
All right.
Bye.
Honest Thomas, I know you had your hand up, and then Sasquatch, I saw your hand up, and then I want to get to Kim and Carla after that.
I'll let Sasquatch go first. They were ahead of me. I don't want to assume gender.
I was watching. You had your hand up first.
Okay. All right. Hi, everybody.
Hi.
Cisgendered, hetero, male, 34 years old, father of 2 girls. I don't know how far back I need to go. I was the poster child for this manosphere red pill content. My father left when I was 8. I was raised by a narcissistic, drug abusive mother. I had an older sister. She was essentially, under my care at that time, despite a 6-year difference. It could have happened that I had fallen into this, right? Because I didn't have a dad around, I've always wondered how much of an effect that had on my view of women. And we see this in the show. The reason I jumped in was because we were talking about adolescence. You talked about the father's shame at the football game, right? I played football. I didn't have a dad there to shame me. Little things like this really affect me. And I can see how easy it is to fall into the things that Andrew Tate, Sneeko, Aiden Ross, Jordan Peterson, Ben Shapiro,
Andrew Tate.
Yeah, the list goes on. And these people are very loud and very numerous. Luckily, I don't know what it is. I don't know what set me apart. I care about women. I feel like not just women. There are so many marginalized communities that have been screaming this stuff for years. I just want to mention that I'm deeply ashamed that it's taken this long to be vocal. Not just about misogyny, but all of it. So keep it up. I'm going to try to do my best to be an ally as much as I can through my own lens. And I understand that is very limited. But thanks
Honest
for
Thomas,
having me.
we appreciate you.
Yeah, we really appreciate you. I would, can I give you a little bit of homework?
I love homework.
Okay. Can you spend some time trying to really pinpoint why you think that you didn't end up going down that path? I mean, there's a part of me that feels like sometimes you're just born more empathetic, but I don't think that's true, because I think that all young kids, for the most part, unless, there's very rare cases where there's going to be some maybe mental development disorder or something like that. But I think that most kids are born truly empathetic and loving, and something happens along the way. So yeah, I would my homework is to look really deeply into yourself and into your childhood and try to pinpoint or figure out what was different, what made you not go down that road, because you went the complete opposite road. You're such a sweetheart.
I have a few ideas. I could extrapolate, a trigger warning. Anybody who doesn't want to hear anything too intense, feel free to mute the live. I'll give you guys a couple seconds. But when I was a child, I was a victim of SA. And it was a neighbor's father. And it wasn't even something I processed at the time. And I don't know if that, on top of not having a father around, feeling like I always needed to be a protector, right? Because I didn't have a dad around, I had to protect my mom and sister. And that changes your whole perspective, as opposed to if you look at the way Jamie is, his mom was the one who knew about his needle, issues. His mom was the one who knew about his food problems. I was the one who knew about their stuff. And, I left home at 17. It wasn't a good situation. So, I don't know. Between those three situations,
I can see
would say
that.
we're there.
I can see that because it feels like you were kind of pushed into adulthood at a much younger age. Like you were pushed into a caretaker position at a very young age, which probably disconnected you. Ooh, I'm scared of saying this, but what if it's actually the fact that some of those young boys actually have a certain amount of privilege? Because it seems like you had a really rough upbringing and you didn't have that privilege because all of a sudden you had to be the one taking care of your mom and your siblings, and that probably pushed you to not even have the time or the mental capacity to get red pilled. You know what I mean? Like you were so busy being a caretaker.
I had a lot of friends that did go down that road,
Frontline?
right? And I think there are multiple men that could have had my exact same situation and not ended up where I am. So it seems to be a mix of both. I don't know what makes the difference other than opening people up to being empathetic. Like empathy seems to be the defining factor when it comes down to it, as far as I'm concerned.
Can I just request a book for him to read? It's a really good read.
Go for it.
And if you don't like reading physical copies, you can actually go on Audible. It's called Go On Fuck Yourself. I know it's an obscure title, but it teaches you about how to let go of your trauma and your pain, and it is a very, very good book for people to read. I'll actually do a video about it because I've read half of it. So
Nice.
it is an amazing book. It is a good read, and there's a sequel to it. I'll give you a list. Actually, I added you as a friend. I'll message you the titles, and it is a very good read. I think you might get a lot of understanding out of this book.
I think he might have already read it.
It's a great book. But yeah, so all that to say, I just want to say, like, as a cisgendered male, I'd like to try to put my hat in to see what we can do about this and diffuse some of this bullshit rhetoric we're seeing daily. I don't know if you guys saw Andrew Tate actually kind of reviewed, I guess, adolescence and said it was a feminist psyop.
I don't believe anything that man says. So.
No,
They
me
all
neither.
did,
That
Thomas.
shit-
They all did. Honestly, they all, like, that movie got so much that show got so much criticism from the right-wing male figures that the director of the movie is getting harassed right now. He's getting harassed. People are showing up with signs. They're protesting him. They're harassing him. They're vandalizing his car. I just watched a whole thing on YouTube where he was talking about the hate that he's getting for making this show. It's insane because they're calling it, just like you said, they're calling it a feminist psyop just to brainwash people into thinking that men are the problem when the whole thing is not even about that. It's about a much broader issue, but yeah, it's crazy what the director of that show is getting right now.
Absolutely. And I just want to make a very, the biggest point of the show for me was when they were discussing how they were bullied by multiple boys. They were spit on, they were tripped. That was never enough for them to go scare them with a knife. But somebody who is already vulnerable that you take advantage of, that then refuses you, I hear it all the time. You don't need to, accept a rejection. It's disgusting. And Yeah, I'm gonna do my best to poke my head and try to stop that kind of bullshit.
I just want to say thank you, and thank you for being vulnerable and sharing your story. I know that can't be easy to talk about, so I just want to say thank you times 100 for speaking to us about it and letting us know a little bit more into your perception.
I appreciate it.
Thank
I'm
you.
sorry you went through what you went through, and I appreciate you sharing.
So I know that Sasquatch wanted to speak, and then Kim.
Yeah, so a lot happened since between when I put my hand up, but I think that having men talk about their vulnerability just the way Thomas did is a huge, huge step towards having positive role models. And when you are a teenage boy, if your parent is going to tell you something, someone with a more of a parental figure tells you something, lots of times you're going to rebel, right? So that's why a lot of these Andrew Tate, they're kind of cool and they're, driving fast cars and ladies, and it doesn't come, it comes off more like the cool uncle, shall we say. I don't think they're cool, but shall we say, right? And for myself, I've experienced this a lot because I don't have kids. I'm child free, but I am by and large usually the favorite auntie, right? So for me, having nieces and nephews, which is kind of cool, that I have my one niece, when she must have been 5 or 6. Like, she was still in not even a boost. Was she maybe a booster seat or a car seat? Like, she was small, and I took her. We went to whatever Michael's to get craft stuff and whatever we're doing for the day, and I pick her up, and we're 2 minutes from her house, and completely unprompted, no conversation at the house. I've never had this conversation with her or really her mom, and she looks at me in the rear view, and I'm looking back at her, and she goes, "Auntie, I don't ever want to be a mom." And I look at her and I go, "Cool." And I go, "You know what?" I go, "Kiddo, auntie doesn't want to be a mom either." I go, "That's totally fine." And I go, "You can run machines like auntie. You can go and work at a vet and help animals. You can have a boyfriend, girlfriend. You can be an auntie or not. You can have pets. You can do anything you want. You can have no boyfriend or girlfriend. You can do anything you want to do. You can really do anything you want to do." And just as she's grown up, because she's gonna be 17 this year. Oh my god. Anyways,
Yikes.
yeah, oh, I know, god, she's getting her driver's license, but she is the most nurturing and maternal and wonderful, caring soul. This girl, I watched her run out and stop her dad from mowing the lawn because she had to go collect the slugs off the grass because daddy was going to hurt the slugs. So she had a container, yeah, a pickle jar full of slugs all day, and she's feeding them lettuce and using her tablet and what do I feed slugs? Like, she's very maternal and very nurturing. And I want to kind of dispel the thought that looking at men as being vulnerable is great, but looking at women that don't want to fill that maternal traditional role, it does not mean that they are not caring and not maternal at all. It doesn't mean that at all. Because I know that kid she'll probably never even have a boyfriend, probably, to be honest. She'll probably just do everything on her own. I know she won't have kids. And, I think back to myself, and I was the kid that I was 8, 9 years old, and I watched everybody's kids. When I was like 19, 20 with my first boyfriend, every year I got a hope chest, and every year I would get baby clothes. Every single year I would, like, I'm not joking. I had a hope chest full of baby clothes, which was great because I gave them to all of my friends and they were really nice, cute baby clothes. Like, that was great. But like, everyone really, really expected me to be a mom. That's that, like, there was never a question about it. And that's one thing where, like, I will never have children. I don't want them. That's not my lifestyle. I've got 5 years of getting Red Seal hours ahead of me. I have way more important things to do. But I just wanted to dispel that, the way we look at men and women and the roles that they're in. It's just because they do a certain thing, it doesn't mean that that's the kind of person that they are. Like, a lot of blue collar people, I know tons of, like, I'm talking radical communist, like, as far left as you can go, people that are blue collar. And that's a huge, huge misunderstanding is that everyone that's blue collar or a redneck or they go hunting or whatever, drive a pickup truck, that they vote conservative and that they hate Trudeau and stuff. And I get that all the time, like a random video about me running loader and something, well, thank God Trudeau's gone. And I'm like, I never really had much of a problem with Trudeau. Like, would I choose him if we could vote directly for a prime minister? Would I vote him in? I'm not sure. Depends who he's against. But I'm like Trudeau did a ton of good things for this country. I'm not anti-Trudeau. I'm like, I hate Pierre way more than I hate Trudeau. And you can just see their brains start to short circuit. And it's like, just because somebody fits into your demographic does not mean they automatically agree with you. And if we can start to dissolve these rigid black and white ideas of, you're either a good traditional Christian woman or you're some radical feminist and you hate children and you want to, abort and unalive babies and blah, blah, blah. Like, seeing people fit in all these weird gray areas and all of these different little spectrums of humanity, I think that that's huge in breaking up the whole hold that people have of it's me versus them, it's the good guys versus the bad guys. Even us in I'm aggressive, I troll the hell out of conservatives, and you know what, they need it sometimes. But trying to bridge the gap between the black and white and the extremes, and that every person must be this way. Like, I have friends that are identified as conservative, and you sit and talk to them, and then you start to, and then they'll even joke, maybe I'm not that conservative. I'm like, bro, you're so not conservative on any way, shape, or form. You just work a blue collar job and hang around guys like that are bigots all the time. That's it. You see a bunch of guys paying child support, and then you start to question hating women. And I go, but that's not how you feel, right? Like, you would never want women to not be able to vote. And I'm like, you're not a conservative, my friend. Like, you fit the box, you play the part, but realistically, you're not racist. You're very anti-corporate. You're not really a conservative, and I don't know how they vote. I'm not gonna question that. I'll pick at them, but there are people out there that will surprise you. There are some of the most grizzled, old looking Gen X guys that are just, you'd think they'd be the most racist, country music loving piece of crap. And you talk to them and they're just the most wildly progressive, empathetic, intelligent.
I just want to add to that, though, that unfortunately, though, the Conservative Party does not talk about its real values. It talks about fake values that they don't actually have. Like, a lot of conservative supporters vote conservative because they think that the Conservative Party is anti-corporation and anti-billionaires, and because they've branded themselves as being the anti-elite party, even though they're the most elitist party out of all of them, right? So unfortunately, I think that's a big part of the problem, is that they don't know what they're voting for. And that's the key thing, is that there's a lot of conservative supporters that if you take politics out of it and you just put them through a political compass test without telling them that it's a political compass test, right? You just go through a questionnaire of how they look at the world and what their values are. Most of them are progressive, but they don't know what they're voting for. That's the problem with the Conservative Party, is that they lie about who they are. Of course, there's going to be those, people that vibe with the hate and the rage and whatever, but a lot of them, unfortunately, have been duped.
No, and I 100% agree with you that the values that people align with are so misrepresented by conservatives. It's complete. Most of them are, when we started, I think this week I've seen, 4 different Republican politicians be accused of child grooming, SA, you know what I mean? And it's but your family values, where are those? They're off cheating on their wife. How many divorces have they had? I don't care. I don't judge. I mean, SA I do, child stuff I do. But for them to base their foundation on traditionalism, when really, and Christianity, when they live these lives of excess, hedonism, drug abuse, alcohol abuse, blatant misogyny, and none of those things are Christian at their core, and none of those things are really conservative at their core, because traditional men don't step out on their wives, right? In the framework that they have, you marry one person, one man, one woman together, you have children, that's their whole thing. but they don't do that, right? So I totally agree with you. But just dispelling even the belief system, whether they understand what they're voting for or not, if that is their key true values, they need to dismantle that from, okay, I believe in a nuclear family, but I don't believe that, gay marriage should be outlawed. I don't believe in conversion therapy. I don't believe in any of these things. So definitely voter ignorance is massive with conservatives, and then they make legislation that really truly impacts our lives. But I think
Sorry, I'm just going to cut you off there for a second. I do love what you're saying, but this guy in the comments keeps going off about how politics only is the economy and nothing else. But politics is a lot more than just the economy. The economy is a part of it, but it's a lot more than that. It has to do with our everyday basic human rights. Right? I mean, the reason that women are allowed to vote, the reason that women are allowed to have a bank account, the reason that we don't have segregation anymore is because of politics. None of those were part of the economy. So just to, put that out there, that politics is a lot deeper than just economy.
Well, when you're a straight white guy, I guess it doesn't impact him enough to understand, I guess.
Luke, do you know when women just got their rights? Because it was way after 1890, just FYI. And it is a lot. It is about a lot more than that. Just look in the States. People's rights are being taken away. That's not the economy. Women losing their right to vote, the executive order that basically is making it impossible for anybody that ever had a name change to vote, that's not economy. That's politics. That's nice that you don't live in the USA, but guess what? Countries all tend to follow each other, especially when we live in a global structure like we do today, where we're all intertwined and we're all getting media from all over the world. So, yeah. Yeah, you're right, it's not religion. But unfortunately, some people like to mix their religion into politics, which should never be done, and yet it's happening. It's happening in the United States right now. There's a freaking faith office in the White House. Tell me again how it's not about religion.
Not to mention the fact that conservatives up here vote against abortion as well, so it's real up here too.
Yeah, I know that Kingston had his hand up, but I haven't actually gotten to talk to Kim or Carla. Are you guys both okay with Kingston going first, or do you guys want to add something? Like, is there something that's been burning that you want to say? I just haven't seen your hand up, so I want to make sure that I'm not just leaving you out. Okay, by that silence. Oh, I can go quick. Okay, Kim, go for it. And then Kingston, I promise I'll come back to you.
Hey, so just wanted to give like a mom's perspective on the whole red pill thing. So
Thank you.
2020, 2021 was the pandemic, and my whole family was home except me because I was working at FedEx. So I was gone like 14 hours a day, wasn't there to really, and I mean, they were older, but I still keep an eye on things. And I want to say it was probably early 2021. And surprisingly, it wasn't one of my sons, but my husband started bringing up like Andrew Tate. And he's like, oh, this guy makes some really valid points. Yeah, see, that was my face too. So I decided to watch Andrew Tate, and I was absolutely freaking horrified. And then like not just Andrew Tate, Charlie Kirk, Ben Shapiro. I like the way this guy Ben Shapiro argues. So I watched it, and like the alarm bells that went off for me, because my husband is he's an immigrant, but he has voted conservative our whole marriage up until this year. And I could see like the shift, even like the slight shift, because he's a great guy, a wonderful husband, but I could see like these little things creeping in. So I started to watch like more myself. And then I just started with the conversations. And he's like, well, I don't think these guys mean half of what they're saying, right? And I'm like, no, I agree that they don't. I said, but the problem is that they're pandering to this young base of boys who are often missing, a strong father figure. They're sometimes like from more low income families. They don't have supports. I said, and these kids are eating it up as absolute fact. And then they're going into the world, and this is how they're treating women. So he kind of got it. Like, we argued quite a bit over that year. And then I'm going to go into something a little triggering. So Halloween of 2022, my 18-year-old daughter was essayed at a Halloween party, and it's really hard for me to talk about, but it's why I'm so, like, to see what's happened in the US, where they have literally elected a rapist and they're putting rapists in the cabinets, and her and I are going through therapy together, and she's doing great, but she didn't press charges because she knows that the victim gets blamed. And like, I had to hold her hands when they did that kid on her, and like, it's not something that I'll ever get over, and it's not something she's ever going to get over. And I think from then, my husband really kind of got to see that, how dangerous this is. And so then we started with both of our boys. My younger son was never really on the red pill side. He's always been very, like, he's very good with women. He's very respectful. My older son was a big Joe Rogan fan, and I think that just says a lot right there. But he was buying into the conspiracy theories. So all of last year, he and I would like fight because he didn't know what happened to his sister. We were keeping it from him. And then he kept saying, like, Trump's not that bad. He's not going to do anything. And I was like, he's a little rapist. Like, and my son's like, oh, I don't even know that that's true. And I'm like, you're going to blame women? And I just snapped, and I like literally like screamed about what happened to his sister. And I'm like, if you can support that afterwards, I don't know what to say to you. Like, and so then as a family, we all began like having these discussions, these very important discussions. And then my boys have been so good. I'm so proud of them. They've done like so much work with their friend groups. My oldest son is a construction worker. So he is out there fighting for his lives on his construction sites, like trying to warn of the dangers, because these conservatives are not conservatives, right? Like, these are Reform Party conservatives. They're spreading hate, they're division, and it's becoming a lot. So I think as parents, we need to be talking to our sons, and like, I think we forget, but maybe we should be talking about to our husbands too, because my husband didn't seem like the kind of guy who would fall down that red pill hole. It was pretty shocking, but because we were able to discuss it and be frank about it and like show real life consequences of what happens when you fall down that hole, like, we've as a family kind of banded together and started just speaking out about it. And I think that Adolescence was a great program. Every parent should watch it. The schools should be showing it. And I think honestly, the government needs to take some accountability for like this misinformation that's going online. And I know then you're going down the, freedom of expression, and I don't care. I would rather have the truth. Like, this misinformation.
Honestly, this is where the government shit the bed everywhere, because
100%.
nobody predicted that it would get this bad. Everybody told themselves that we're a progressive nation, and I'm talking about like US, Canada, Europe. I'm talking about all of these more so westernized nations, right? They told themselves, we're okay. Look at us. We're moving forward. We're evolving. We're educated. People have common sense. That's what they told themselves. And they did not put any laws in place to control the internet. And this is where we are because of it.
100%.
And it is sad. It's terrible because, and they kept telling themselves as they saw it become a problem, they're like, oh shit, now it's too late, because if we do anything about it as politicians, people are going to hate us for it, and then we're not going to get elected. And because of that, nothing continued to be done. And now we have a rampant online sphere of just vile cruelty and hate.
Oh, I don't know if any
and
of you
conspiracies.
I don't know if any of you have seen my post with my family photo on it, but the amount of racist.
Hold on. Luke, how are we dividing it by talking about it? Do you think problems are going to go away on their own if people don't talk about them? If we don't bring them up to the surface? It's not dividing people by us bringing up problems that we see in society. That's what we need to do as a society to evolve. Sorry, I had to cut you off there just
Yeah,
for a
no,
second
that's
because it really pisses me off when people are like, oh, you're being divisive just because you're talking about issues that need to be talked about in order for society not to completely come apart.
absolutely. Yeah, like I know the RCMP recently issued a warning to parents about like monitoring their kids' online activities, but it needs to be more. And I know right now we have a right wing that is screaming about, you know, freedom of expression, but at the same time, those same people are screaming to defund the CBC. So they just want to quiet the voices that they don't agree with, and that's super frustrating. The amount of vile racist comments on my family post that I have on, like, it's a pretty high performing video. Some of them I've deleted. They're outrageous. I hope that they're blocked because my heart breaks if they're not. But the division in the country, it's bad. Like, it's bad, and we need to work on it all together. And I'm trying not to like lash out at people and come from a place of understanding, but it's really hard. It's exhausting, it's overwhelming, and I don't know how we fix it, but we need to fix it.
Yeah, I know. And it's just such a sad reality that we live in right now.
It is. And Frontline, I
It's
just
such a
want to,
sad reality because everybody on the right has it's just the most hypocritical stuff I've ever experienced in my life. It's like, we want free speech, but if you say anything that we don't like, we are going to silence you.
well, I'm pretty
Right?
sure that if PP managed to pull out a win and we started hanging F Polyev signs, they would freak out. And like, they've been flying their, like, I personally wouldn't because, but
Oh my God, think about what it would be like if Carney decided not to get security clearance. Think about that scandal.
that's what I'm
They would be losing their freaking minds.
for sure. And then in the US, if Biden or Obama had done any one thing that Trump is doing every day, they would have stormed the Capitol, the White House would be gone. Like, they call us the tolerant left, and I think maybe we need to start being less tolerant, but in a way that doesn't fully alienate the other side for the ones that we can bring back.
Well, I mean,
That are
you
not
heard
too far gone.
I think you were here for that earlier when that guy was like, liberals are violent because they're keying Teslas.
Yeah.
First of all, Republicans are keying Teslas too. Okay, there's a lot of mega supporters that actually hate Elon Musk. So just putting that out there. But that's what I mean. Like, the right does the most atrocious things that they get away with. And if the left ever did any of those, think about that Signal group chat. Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Could you imagine if anybody in the Biden administration got caught making war plans that are supposed to be in security encrypted systems that have a paper trail, basically, of everything that you've ever said, right? But all of a sudden, you're doing it in a Signal chat that Russia has access to, that also has disappearing messages, and you accidentally invite in a journalist? I mean, like, Biden would have been done. He would have been impeached like that day.
100%. 100%. And like, it's just, the writing is on the wall. If Polyev is elected here, we're going down the same path. And I'm like, the polls are looking good. I am not getting complacent. Because of you, Frontline, I started making my videos like just in the last 2 months. So for everyone here who doesn't know, she was my inspiration to actually use my voice. And I haven't stopped talking. Like, I'm just out there and in real life and everywhere, just talking and talking. And there's been a few people that I've gotten through to, and I mean, it's not tons, but everyone is a win. Like, every single one is a win. So
I
thank you
love
for
that. Thank you so much for saying that. That's amazing. I'm glad that I could inspire a couple of people to start using their voice, because that's what it's going to take right now. It's going to take all of us to get out of our comfort zones and speak.
It's going to be a long month, but we're going to get through this.
Yeah. He did not bankrupt the UK, Faith. He did not. The UK wanted to go through Brexit. He specifically told them, don't do Brexit because it's going to wipe your economy. They did it anyway. And then he helped them get their economy from being an absolute Titanic to at least a sailboat. Okay. Like as a good working sailboat. So you know what? He was one of the best things that ever happened for the UK, and he was one of the best things that ever happened for Canada when we were undergoing our 2008 economic crisis. So nice try.
And for the other person who said that Trump endorsed Carney, I've called that months ago that it was going to happen for months and months and months. Trump, Elon, they were praising Pierre Poilievre. And as soon as the polls shifted, I knew they were going to do that. They do not want Carney. And if you believe that, I don't
so
even know what to
obvious.
say. Like,
No,
if
they're
you're
just
buying into
using
that,
it.
then
I think that I genuinely think that they also know the reality,
I
but they're
think so
just
too.
using it. They're using it because they know that it's like rage baiting, and they know that, like, you know, it's a talking point. So they just continue to use it. I don't think they actually believe it. Like, I really don't. Like, you probably are not fully all there if you actually think that Carney and Trump are anything alike, because I don't know where you've been living, but for those of us that have been living in reality and we've watched Pierre campaigning for the last 2-3 years, and we've watched Trump campaigning for the past 2-3 years, it's been the same freaking campaign, whether you like it or not. That is just fact. People have, you know, done deep dives into this. There is a million videos out there where you can literally see them side by side saying the exact same thing. And it's not just them, it's every far right leader, right? It's the leader of Italy. It's the leader of Hungary. It was Marine Le Pen. It was Alice Wurzel, the leader of the AFD party. They all use the exact same playbook because they're all working together under the IDU for a global right-wing takeover. But you don't want to learn that. You just want to scream about the WEF, but you never actually want to look at the IDU. You don't want to actually look at the real boogeyman. You want to just play pretend.
All right. Thank you for letting me talk. I'm going to jump off and let someone else speak. But
thank you so much for being here, and thank you for using your voice, especially as a woman. I know it can be scary and hard, so thank you. All right, Carla, come say hi.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. This is my very, very first time ever doing this, so please excuse how I come across if I don't come across saying what I want.
You're good. Just pretend that the chat doesn't exist. Pretend it's just me and you hanging out, going out for coffee, and just chilling out. Nobody else is here. Don't worry about anybody else. Just it's me and you hanging out. That's it.
Okay. So I'm going to go back to September, and this kind of links into what you were saying about social media and our kids. I'm a parent of 2 kids. One, sorry, I should turn my TV down. One just went to university. One is about to go to university. So please don't judge me on this. This happened way before I couldn't see into the future, but our child is attending a U.S. university on a full scholarship. I am a very progressive liberal, not going to hide it. So I did very, very much, a lot of research into the university that he was going to accept the offer to. The day we moved him in, my mind was absolutely blown by the amount of Trump flags I saw in the female freshmen's rooms, and they were color coordinated. There was teal, there was purple, there was pink. I just couldn't believe it, and I left. And this wasn't in a state where you would expect that. And these were kids that, in my mind, I thought 100% liberal. Like, there's no way they're going to vote Trump. Then I saw, like I said, I saw the flags. I'm like, oh. So when my husband and I left, we were on the plane, and I'm like, he's going to win. And he's like, what are you talking about? I'm like, Trump is going to win. And I said, we are missing a whole population here. The states they missed it. They missed those girls. And a report came out after Trump won that his university had the highest I have to be really careful what I say here, had the highest turnout of any university in the States. And knowing what I saw, and I don't think anyone has changed their minds that I know that he is friends with about Trump winning the election. So what my fear is here, that we are missing that generation of girls, which literally blew my mind because I knew what they were going to lose, what rights, and they knew it. They knew what rights they had already lost, but they still voted. And there is that male population. I think we all know there's he's 18, he'll be 19 in September. There's that 19 to 30. Mark Carney is great. Obviously, if I'm a Liberal, you know where my vote's going to go. I am just wondering, I see the polls look so good, but I have had kids his age here tell me they are voting for PP. And I just don't know how we get to those kids using social media, given
Well, if you look
generation.
I was going to say, if you look at PP, if you look at the polls, and if you look in detail at the demographics, it's actually the younger people that are voting conservative this time around, not the boomers. The boomers are voting mostly Liberal and NDP. Like, if you really look, 50 plus are going Liberal on this one. It's the young people. It's the under 50, under 40 that are going conservative. And that just goes to show you how much influence social media has on people, especially people that started using it earlier on during their lives.
We were sitting at the breakfast table, and my 15-year-old daughter said, this Mark Carney guy is not a good guy, hey? And my husband knows me well enough. My head just whipped around. I'm like, what? She was like, yeah, I watched a YouTube video on him. He's really bad. I'm like, oh, wow, we have to have a big conversation. Big conversation. So obviously algorithms, all that stuff, but for a YouTube video to get to a 15-year-old girl about how Mark Carney is bad, and the things she told me were things that, we're hearing. The right wing, he did this in England, and I'm like, wow, what? Aren't you supposed to just get like Taylor Swift YouTube videos suggested to you, not Mark Carney is a bad person? So obviously that kitchen conversation went very differently, but yeah, those generations really do. I feel we have to find a way to get to them, and I don't know if that's being done, and maybe someone can say it that it is.
Yeah, I mean, look at what PP did for the last 3 years, right? If you watch YouTube every 20, 30 minutes or so, you're going to get some sort of PP commercial where all he does is spreads conspiracy theories and hate towards the Liberal government. And when people hear something repeated enough, right, that's the shitty part about these ads, is that the Conservatives have spent so much money into these advertisements. So people are just watching their, make your build for this game video, but in every 20 minutes, there's an ad break with some sort of, conservative propaganda push.
Agreed.
And just using bad words. Like, I remember when Pierre, just before Christmas, came out, or just after Christmas, but it was around Christmas when he came out with his wackos video. Like, ugh. And that was played everywhere, and all the Conservatives were sharing it. And oh my God, PP came out with a documentary, and it went viral. Like, it went really viral. And all it was literally just hating on people. Like, it's and it was using Trump language, because Trump started off calling people whack and wackos and stuff like that. And again, it's just derogatory comments thrown out there against a certain group of people. And once somebody hears it over and over and over and over, they believe it. That's how the human brain works. We know that.
Mm-hmm. Well, those are my 2 points. I will end with something positive that I'm seeing on CNN right now. That looks like Elon wasted a lot of money in Wisconsin.
Nice.
So, thank you. How
That's
do I
awesome.
get? Okay.
I can
Thank
I
you.
can get you out if you want, but I want to say thank
Yes,
you so
thank
much
you.
for coming and sharing, and you did great.
Thank you. Have a good night.
You too. Oh, there we go. All right, Sasquatch, it's me and you, girlfriend.
I was gonna say we've got these really chatty boys that I've asked multiple times to come up and speak, but so
I
crazy
know.
they never do. They never have the balls to come up and speak.
It's just two ladies right now. Why don't you guys come up here and talk to us?
I mean, I'm not a lady, but I identify as female. But I wouldn't. I don't want to degrade other ladies. I don't think they deserve that.
Shh, I'm trying to make us look less
Sorry,
intimidating, okay?
I'm a traditional woman, and I will say though, I do bake cookies. Like I do a lot of trad wife stuff. Don't get me wrong, but I will definitely go and pull 12 hours in a loader and then come home and cook a full dinner. So here, it's emergency here.
Sasquatch the trad. Oh my god, that's too funny. Third conservative candidate just got booted out. Women against
Another one,
Poilievre?
really incredible.
Oh my goodness.
Sasquatch, I'm just picturing you in like the floral print dress in the loader, like.
I did run the skidder in a summer dress once. I had my full gel nails and my $400 balayage and a full face of makeup. My brother goes, bro, I have to wrench on the buncher. Can you come jump in the skidder? I'll come get you. I'm like, yeah. And I'm like going on a date with my boyfriend. I'm like, I will see you in 18 hours. I gotta go.
That's so funny.
So I have my little dress
Absolute legend.
under my coveralls, my cute little dress, and I'm sitting there holding up the belly pan with my boots, holding the belly pan up with my feet while my brother Ugga Duggas on the boat and puts the belly pan back on the bunch. That was fun.
Yo.
Dirt Man! That's my
Keep a
host.
little dirt on my pillow for the dirt man.
You know what's funny? I've had this name before that song was that dude made that song.
Oh, you did it before it was cool.
Yeah.
Oh.
But what I don't know if Sasquatch seen the comments. I said, Sasquatch, you're more of a man than me.
I'm more of a man than a lot of men. I'm not gonna lie. I don't want to like insult character roles, but yeah, I put a lot of boys to shame. I can tell you that.
I just been laughing at the comment section this whole time listening to y'all.
It's been a trip, right?
I had to switch over from my phone because it started dying. I had to switch over to my iPad.
Nice. Well, how are you guys feeling? Give us a little update on what you guys have been seeing, hearing, feeling. We're 27 days out.
Dirt man, you want to go first?
No, you can go first. I don't have much to say. I'm still thinking on stuff.
All right, so I guess I'm preoccupied with the Carney housing announcement today, which I think is notable. I mean, it shows that his team knows that it's an issue. I do think he's sort of like messaging to two different channels with that gesture. I think there's an aspect of it where it sounds in some aspects of the language very like social housing, like a renewed investment in building housing like the federal government used to do 40 years ago, but it also sounds very developer friendly. It sounds like a P3, like there's a lot of P3-esque language in the announcement, and so it's sort of that like middle of the road, like kind of like it's still business friendly. You know what I mean? It's not necessarily like we're gonna stand up a totally.
Yeah, but we knew that that's where he was going to go, right? I mean, that's who Carney is. He's somebody that's trying to kind of bridge the gap. Like he's getting all of the moderate conservatives to vote liberal because he's trying to be like real dead center to appeal to both groups and both camps. And from reading his book, I mean, he's very like fiscally conservative, socially progressive, but I really do see him as the guy that's coming in here trying to bridge that gap and trying to say, hey, all of you progressive, moderate conservatives, I'm actually who would have been the leader for your old party 20 years ago before you guys decided to, go with the Reform Party and create the CPC. So I think that's why we're going to be seeing this from Carney a lot, is that if Carney was running 20 years ago, I think he would have been running for the Conservative Party. I really do.
Well, I mean, Harper wanted him for his finance ministers. That's certainly plausible, and I really do think it's also plausible what you're saying about the sort of the red Tory demographic and the specifically the age demographic can play there, because it's certainly borne out in the statistics. It's certainly borne out that like the voters who are leaving most rapidly and in the biggest herd is certainly the 55 plus demographic. That's really shifted heavily from the Conservatives to the Liberals, and that's where that's where they've made a lot of their hay. And so that certainly strengthens your argument about it being a sort of a red Tory pitch, basically. You remember the good old days. Remember Brian Mulroney, that sort of like sensible fiscal prudence with no wackadoodle people with silly conspiracy theories. I want to hear who this third candidate is that's out, though, because there was two Conservative candidates chucked today, and a third one we're just hearing about in the chat. I'd love to hear more about that. Does anyone have the skinny on that?
I can try to look it up, but it obviously just happened. Everyone's typing away.
Yeah, I'm just furiously Googling.
But yeah, somebody in the chat was like, "Oh, the Liberals went too far left, and now they got to come back to center." They were never left. For all the political analysis that would actually put them on the chart of the political compass, they've been right. They've been right the whole time. They've been center right pretty much the whole time. And Absolutely. Now they're just going even a little bit even more to the right. So actually, they were never that left. The NDP was barely left. They were center left-ish. But like, let's not kid ourselves. We don't have any extreme left parties in Canada.
No.
At all, and haven't. And like, NDP is the furthest left, and they're still basically like a sliver away from center. So no, guys, sorry. The Liberals never moved too far left. If they moved too far left, we would have had free secondary education by now. We would have had a ton of social housing by now. We would have had massive market caps. We would have had a lot higher taxes on higher earnings and corporations. So like, no. Just no, so much no. They are still a pro-capitalist party, and I'm voting Liberal, so I'll be brutally honest. But I'm just saying, like, realistically, they're a pro-capitalist party still. They're just not as bad as the Conservatives, but they're not 100%. They're not left, and they were never too left.
That's the whole dilemma, yeah. And I will say, you did mention post-secondary education. So the Green Party have announced that part of their platform, and they're rolling it out in pieces. I don't think the whole thing is that, but one of their platform planks is free post-secondary tuition, period.
God, I would love that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bold, for a party that like has a 0.0% chance of forming government, I think it affords you a lot of latitude. I will say I'm voting Green in this election, and backing the local Green candidate, and so I was encouraged by that, and I think that they should shoot for the moon, basically. I mean, why not? They also announced some kind of a quasi-national guard as a way of rerouting people from the oil fields into other professions, basically, is like taking their sort of like trade skills and like welding skills and whatever the sort of skills that are usable.
Can I speak on that?
Absolutely, yeah. Let's hear it.
And there are it's just like logging. Like, people think, okay, there's welders and there's there's the guys running the side booms. The amount of skilled trades that, like, boiler makers, you've got welders, fabbers, safety guys, you've got non-destructive testing. The amount of skills that go into oil and gas. You've got gradermen logging. Every single place where you draw oil, you got to log it first. The amount of skills in that sector that you could direct anywhere. It could go into manufacturing. It could go back into mills. It could go here. Like, it would boggle your mind, the different levels of skill and tradesmen. And a lot of the lower levels that aren't super specialized, you could throw them in. Like, I know in BC, we have a lot of funding for, they'll say, unemployed and underemployed people. And those people that are just out there and roughnecking in their entry level in the oil sands, you could throw them anywhere. You could drop 10 grand, 5 grand, 2 grand on a few programs. boom, and throw them into a completely different industry. You really could. But the pay won't be as good. And we call them pipeline princesses. If anyone works on the pipeline, sorry, suck it up. Because that industry is so heavily subsidized, a lot of the way that place works, like everything is brand new. Pickups are brand new. Equipment is brand new. Anything goes. Your beacon goes down. Your bucket's got a weak cutting edge. They'll just pull it right off and give you something brand new, top of the line. So what's going to be hard for those guys is moving from a very highly subsidized industry is that their pay will go down, their entry level pay will go way down, and they're going to have to learn to run beat off crappy old equipment. They're going to have to start from the bottom in a union somewhere maybe, and they're going to start at 25, 28 bucks an hour, not 45 bucks an hour. So a lot of those guys, it would be a rough transition from a standpoint, just looking at it from the outside. Oh yeah, like we can use these guys everywhere. But from their point of view, they're very fiercely loyal. They identify very heavily with being in the oil and gas industry. Those guys are savages. You think loggers identify. Those oil and gas guys, it goes to their heart, just like these guys simp
Hold
for
on.
Pierre and Trump.
Can
It's
I
part
can
of
I
them.
chime in on this?
Yeah, you bet.
Can
There
I
we go.
chime in on this simply because I'm in that field? So pipelines, when that's said out loud, the term pipelines, everybody thinks transmission pipelines. Trans Mountain, Line 5, Northern Gateway, Keystone XL, Energy East. Large diameter transmission, interprovincial, intercity transport of natural gas or oil, ethane, butane, propane. However, pipelines also mean the residential and commercial gas lines that go to your house and your children's schools in that same context.
Yep.
I am from Alberta, so nobody here, and I've been in the oil and gas industry since I was 17, nobody here is screaming out loud, pardon my language, let's just frack the shit out of the earth and destroy it. Nobody is preaching that here.
No.
There is numerous amounts of pilot projects for carbon capture. My dad has been in a specific cement plant for 40 years. They have a $2 billion federally granted carbon capture program starting, and the construction is going to start for that soon. The key term there is pilot project. They've already introduced one, which is a $70 million mill that no longer uses coal and oil and gas, petroleum products, to burn and create heat for the kilns to create cement for your houses, roads, schools, sidewalks, everything. They now are using city garbage to do that. They're offsetting it. They're trying to. However, there's an inconsistency factor there. So not all garbage burns at the same temperatures and as evenly, and there's a lot of residual leftover. Some stuff burns at higher temperatures, some stuff burns at lower temperatures. And they're working on it. And they got it working where they're not at a full alternative yet of 100% switching to that, but they've offset it, right? Now the carbon capture program that's coming in, that's going to be a massive farm area that's going to suck in carbon from the air, and it's going to be exactly what the title is, carbon capture. That's great. Everybody is on board with that here. It's just the fact that when Carney or, I'm not even going to say his name, not even Carney, just when people say Alberta and Saskatchewan need to have emissions cap, yes, that is okay. But the alternative has to be there first. If we can't all just switch to EV right now, when the technology and the infrastructure to bring everybody an additional 100 amp service to their house is not there yet. It will be one day.
Well, you guys are taking a lot of hydro from us too, from us in BC. So that's one solution because my sister's in Edmonton, right? And so one of the ways you guys are making up your deficit for your power grid is hydro. So that's green already. I mean, it's not economical probably to buy it from BC, but I mean, it's something, right? Like that's a huge start.
We could buy it from BC, but those provincial tariff trade barriers on any aspect, whether it's energy or goods or services,
Carney's
that needs
working
to be
on it.
eliminated.
Carney's working on it. That's one of his huge key points right
on
now.
hydro alone, hydro or wind or solar energy cannot provide Canada coast to coast with the amount of energy we currently use. Now, if everybody, stay with me, if everybody switches to EV, your power usage, yes, we cut oil and gas usage, but power usage goes through the roof, which is okay if it's cleaner.
Absolutely.
But we cannot build solar farms or wind farms large enough to provide that level of power. And then some people
One,
say, let's
one
switch to
thing.
nuclear. But your provincial municipalities won't allow that near major cities
A
for
lot of
obvious reasons.
places, what they're doing is actually, so when you say you look at a place like Walmart, okay, you've got this massive plot of land. Someone's either paying a mortgage or rent on it. How much of that is a parking lot? Right? Like easy 75%, right? So what people are doing now is that they're taking solar panels and putting them over these parking lots so that all of that land that is essentially dead half the time when there's no one parked there, they're using that to create solar panels because it's basically useless land. You know
Mexico
what
is
I'm
a great
saying?
example of that. They actually have
Yep.
sunshades over all their parking lots. You could put
And
solar
also
panels on
it
there.
also it helps to deflect not a ton because it's absorbing the energy. It also helps to decrease some of the heat on the pavement too. And they're saying that it's not like conclusive, but it might help to bring down some of the excess heat in large urban centers as well, as kind of a little
It
side note
can.
on that.
So the complex part of solar energy that comes from all of that is power storage. You need massive batteries to be able
Oh yeah.
to not only hold power long term, because solar is great if it's like your calculator that we had back in the days. If it was solar powered, it could power itself and turn on and stay on for a while if the power is used immediately. It can hold it for a little bit, but not a long time. So if we need to have
But I'll
a
ask you
power grid
this.
that's
So
sustainable enough to
how
do
can we
that,
have room for AI then? How can we have room to roll out room for AI? And also we have in Mackenzie here, we have a giant Bitcoin farm. So why do we have room for storage for that data and not storage for solar power? Why the hell would
no,
Bitcoin be a higher priority?
the data that you're referencing there is different. We're talking about
I
data
understand. I'm
as
talking
in
about land
zeros
use.
and ones data storage.
I understand what you're saying. What I'm saying is land use. I understand that data being stored is different than energy. I understand that. What I'm saying is, why do we have room to allot land for Bitcoin mining and AI when we don't have the land for that solar storage? I don't give a shit about what you're storing. I'm
Because
talking about pure land
you're
use.
creating batteries that need to be able to store that. So
I
batteries
understand that.
inherent.
So
No,
they
hold
have
on,
to
just
go
hold on. I'm
somewhere.
answering your question. Batteries inherently, the larger they are, the more dangerous they are to have in supply. There can be a fix to that, and there will be a fix to that in the future, right? But right now, you can't have a facility that is 60,000 square foot that is 40,000 square foot of batteries. That amount of power storage, is very expensive to maintain, more expensive than any sort of Bitcoin farm or anything like that you're referencing. Secondly, to maintain that and be able to use it. So the reason why your current power grid gets overused and sometimes you get a rolling blackout, right? That's even using current wind, solar, hydro, and oil and gas infrastructure. If you eliminate 70% of that and simply rely on solar or wind, you can't do that. Now, on the topic of wind, these wind farms that get put up in Alberta, there's an enormous amount of them. Southern Alberta, they're everywhere and they're huge. However, that was a farmer's land that had to get annexed for that or sold in order to put that wind farm up. But that wind farm alone to put up costs millions of dollars, right? The maintenance of that costs millions of dollars.
Could we not
The
just take that out
equipment
of the
used,
subsidies that oil and gas get? Could we not just take out some of the subsidization from
that
oil and
it
gas?
that
That's a
is
huge
my
portion of it,
that
right? The
is my point
subsidization.
right there, is
You
we can
betcha,
get to
right?
the alternative. But right now, you can't commit economic predatory actions on the oil and gas if that's going to fund your alternative. That is the main conservative point in Alberta and Saskatchewan, that yes, oil is not going to be around forever.
I
We
gotta
do need
jump in here.
alternatives.
Sorry, but Big Oil has been lobbying against this transition for decades. We could have been there decades ago. Scientists have talked about climate change and these what the outcomes would be since the 60s.
I think there's two different issues that we're kind of talking about here in ways. One of which is how to, and that's where I was coming from originally when I brought this up, because I was talking about this Green Party proposal to create this national disaster response sort of enterprise as a way of providing transitional jobs for people leaving the oil industry. So the two issues are, how do we make ourselves energy-wise less dependent on fossil fuels, and then how do we make ourselves economically less dependent on the production of fossil fuels? Because like a lot of the oil products we make are not for domestic consumption. They go. That's why pipelines are such a frequent topic, is because most of what we produce in terms of fossil fuel products goes elsewhere, or a lot of it does. I think it's more true of bitumen than it is of like natural gas, I guess, by comparison. But so yeah, I think there's two, and I was really kind of speaking to the former of like, you know, how do we, because like the jobs part of it, like it's sort of like just transition that we talk about, like how do you get, you know, what do you propose instead of the jobs people currently have in the oil industry, and how do you manage retraining, and how do you create new, you know, career paths for folks with those types of trade skills, like Sasquatch was talking about all the different trades that are represented in the oil field. So what's a good way to create other work that engages those same trades, or many of those same trades, and transitions us economically off our dependence on what we've acknowledged as our highly subsidized oil production economy. But yeah, obviously the problem of like, how do we power our stuff like that? Yeah, that's a much bigger problem for sure, but it's in ways a separate problem, because like how much oil we produce in Canada there's not really a relationship for the most part to how much we consume. Like we get, like that oil comes from different places.
Yes and no, because we, as Alberta, we sell our oil under market value to the US. We're forced to, essentially, because we can't sell it to Ontario and Quebec via pipelines the same way that we can down south. Everybody flamed Danielle Smith when we got threatened with tariffs. Everybody's like, well, why didn't you just turn off oil and gas to the US to say, you know what, fuck you guys, don't talk like that to us, right? Well, it's very simple. Ontario and Quebec don't get a majority of their oil and gas from us. They get them through pipelines up through Michigan State that feed north. Yes, we can send tanker trains out there, but we can't send millions of barrels worth of oil a day, every day, 365 days a year via trains. And when trains fail, they fail miserably. Top of the soil spills, right? The Energy East pipeline that was to go out to Ontario and Quebec and further east was to stop relying on A, the US, and B, Saudi Arabia and the Middle East for your oil. So when people say, well, no, oil and gas is on its way out, it might be. But those pipelines going east benefit the east more than they're willing to admit. When we say oil and gas, everybody thinks oil, crude oil, bitumen, ethane, propane, butane, everything like that. But they fail to realize the importance of those in manufacturing processes for your everyday goods. And that's, you guys want to stop relying on the US? And Carney has said it many times, we need to have an economy that doesn't rely on the US as much. Okay, great. Then don't stand your ground on Bill C-69 and not allowing infrastructure expansion to the east. It benefits all of Canada economically. We pay the east billions in equalization payments. If Alberta continually, and Saskatchewan continually gets treated more and more like, nope, you're, I'll quote Trudeau here, your dirty oil has no place here. But now suddenly in the threat of tariff, it's Canada's energy. How long do you think that province can go being
hold on.
It's
treated like
been
that?
Canada's energy.
Hold on.
And it's
Hold on, though.
indigenous resources.
Can we just talk about one thing? Because, like, obviously we still need oil and gas, right? I mean, like, at the end of the day, we have to be realistic in where we are, what we've built, and the infrastructure we have. And we obviously need oil and gas. And unfortunately, we still need to trade with the United States. What I wanted to say about Danielle Smith is that a lot of people on the left that were mad at Danielle Smith were not mad because she didn't want to stop sending oil to the States. We know that that's bad for Canada right now. And we know that we don't have enough refineries in Canada. I mean, there's debate around whether the 17 refineries we have are enough for us or not, but apart from that, we were just upset how she cozied up to the Trump administration, went down there with Kevin O'Leary, Jordan Peterson, whatever. We were more so mad about that, not necessarily how she didn't stop sending
Trudeau
oil and
kicked off
gas
his
to the
campaign
States
by going on a Tonight Show in the US.
But what I'm trying to say, though, is the reason that we're in this freaking mess when it comes to us not being more independent in terms of our oil and gas all goes down to Brian Mulroney back in the 80s. So it is the fault of conservatives, the reason that we're in this place. And the interprovincial trade barriers that we have are also mostly the fault of conservative and conservative judges and premiers over the last 40 years or so. It's unfortunate that maybe the Liberal government didn't think to work on that more, and it's because we were in a nice comfy place with the United States, thinking that we're just going to be BFFs forever, and that we don't necessarily need our independence away from them because we were always so close. And now that we've been hit with this, rise of Trump, and we see that we need to distance ourselves. But like right now, yeah, we kind of do need to build out that infrastructure. We need to become more independent.
What
And
you
we
just said there, we do need to build up that infrastructure. So then why are people continuing to support a government that for the last 9 years has prevented that on their level? I'm not talking about provincial. I'm talking about on their level. Bill C-69 is the biggest one.
No.
Why are they continually pushing that aside? How long will the West take it before they just go to the U.S. themselves and say, you know what, we don't need to send it out there. They don't want it? Fine, we'll sell it to you. What happens when the U.S. tariffs and increases the price on your oil and gas going from the southern states of Michigan upward into Ontario and Quebec?
I'm pretty sure that I want Treaty to talk about this bill because she knows it the best. But I don't think it was necessarily about stopping that from happening as much as it was about respecting the land and making sure that things were.
No, it was
okay.
about
Let's let Treaty speak. Treaty speak. Let's just listen, and then we can talk about it after.
So I don't know if you all remember the Stephen Harper omnibus bills, where he basically crippled all of the environmental protection regulations and legislation in this country. So Bill C-69 is not an anti-pipeline legislation because pipelines, number one, when they cross this country, are regulated by the Canada Energy Regulator and the Canada Energy Regulator Act, not Bill C-69. Bill C-69 is the Impact Assessment Act. And Trudeau revised it so that now it includes traditional knowledge. It is ensured that First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people are consulted all of the time, and that everybody has an opportunity to have their voices heard with regards to how the environment will be impacted. I am so tired of this talking point. My blood is boiling for right now because this is the first time we finally have it written in legislation that treaty rights and constitutional rights will be honored through impact assessments. So please get rid of that talking point. It has nothing to do with pipelines. Pipelines are regulated by the Canada Energy Regulator when they cross provincial boundaries or national boundaries.
And you're correct on that. But how much of the time, just like I'll use Calgary's ring road around the Crowfoot ring road. How much of that gets held up in political tape? Ontario's Northern Ring of Fire. Yes, Doug Ford went at it aggressively.
Are you
but he also
calling
pledged
Indigenous
$1 billion
people
to
political
create
red
the roads,
tape?
jobs, and revenue that the Indigenous communities wanted.
No, I'm
But it's
sorry.
getting
We're
slowed
not the
down.
red tape that you think. Because what you just said is that Indigenous people are red tape. And I'm sorry, that's not the case. We deserve our rights and economic benefits. And we need to have balance of both. And our rights are not for sale. So when we
That's
enter
fair.
into economic agreements and we are like working in mines, like in the Ring of Fire, or in building roads like the Calgary Ring Road, then we're losing something. You know how much Sutina got in the trade-off, right? You know how much land and money Calgary had to pay for that ring road.
So if they're losing it and they're losing money in the process, or you guys are losing land, depending on which side of the fence you sit on,
Oh, they
somebody
didn't.
loses something.
No.
But if there's 5% of a population that wants to be respected, they deserve to be respected. That's fine. Nobody's arguing that. But if 95% of the people are going to benefit from something, it's
I'm sorry.
hard
The
in
95%
matter
of the
aspect.
people
I'm speaking right now.
been benefiting but from treaty promises that were broken for decades and centuries, my friend. And Tsuut'ina Nation didn't lose anything. They made hundreds of millions of dollars and got more land for that ring road. But it was a
Where did the money
negotiation.
get spent?
Who cares? It's not your business. The money belongs to the nation now.
Okay, but then if the same groups of people, again, I'm saying all this respectfully to you. This is by no means coming at you. But if those same groups, as you say, made 8-9 figures of money off of that in revenue, but then are the same groups that go to the federal government that say they need more because we don't have certain infrastructure and we don't have this, or this, which is fair. If they don't have that, everybody deserves clean drinking water in Canada, for one. Everybody deserves that. That should be a human right in our first world country. However, like you said, if we or those groups had made that amount of money, but it really went nowhere and it's, like you said, none of our business, how is that not being held up as a
So,
different version of political red tape
no.
to allow projects
Because
to continue?
let me make one correction for you. We're not a group of people. We are rights holders. We have different rights in this country than any other Canadian. We have treaty rights and we have constitutional rights that are
But by
different.
default, that is a group of people, like
We're
just
not
like
a
it
group
is,
of people.
just
We
just
are
like it
rights
is
holders.
myself. Like I'm a natural born Canadian. We're a group of people, just like the Indigenous community as a whole, coast to
So
coast, is a group
why
of
can't you
people.
just respect that I corrected you there and just refer to that? We are rights holders in this
Well,
country.
my
Honor
apologies
that.
to think that
I'm
that's
asking you to
not
honor that
offensive by just stating a fact that we're both groups
because we're
and
sick
we
of being
both
called
live in the same
stakeholders
country.
and a group of people. We are nations. We are sovereign nations within Canada who have statutory, treaty, and fiduciary obligations owed to
I
us because
wasn't
of.
denying any of that. I'm just saying that
So this is
factually
why we
we are
come
groups
back.
of people.
Let me finish
We are
answering your
Canadians.
question. So when we get those hundreds of millions of dollars that are compensated to us for the loss of use and loss of land that is rightfully ours, that doesn't mean we have to invest it in our roads and our own drinking water because those are statutory and fiduciary obligations that Canada has to First Nations.
So, but then, okay, by that point, where does it go then?
Have you been to Tsuut'ina? They have a Costco, a TD Bank. They have a brand new arena. They have houses. They have paved roads. One of the only First Nations in Canada that has paved roads. And they did all that with their own source revenue.
So then where did, as you said, the $100 million go? Then, and again, I'm reiterating the fact that I'm saying and asking this stuff
I will tell
respectfully.
you. So they've reinvested into their people. They're putting their people into university because you all think we have free education. 1 or 2 students get selected a year from each First Nation because there's no money for it. So they've bought their own arena. They have renting houses and condominiums and apartments in Calgary for the people that need housing. They're helping people get the boots they need, the licenses they need to upgrade in high school if that's what they need, to remove all of those barriers to employment. They're helping their people get well because we have 100+ years of issues to undo. And you think a couple $100 million is going to undo all of that?
No, and I'm not saying that, but what I'm simply asking, so if the Tsuut'ina people are doing great and they are thriving, that makes my heart happy. Good on them.
Mine too.
I'm proud of them, and I'm proud that they are getting, financial compensation, just being recognized, whatever it may be. I'm happy for that. I want to make that clear. I'm just saying those type of projects that we're talking about right now can continue that revenue source and job creation throughout all of the provinces from the west to the east. So again, my original point is why, if that can create that for everybody economically, why is that being shunned and pushed aside?
Because it's at the cost of our rights, our land, and our future generations. Not all of us want to work in resource development sector.
No, I totally get that. But if it means that
And
everybody can,
let me
or a
finish.
majority of people can be better off because of it, at the
It's
end
not
of the
the
day,
majority, it's you and people
would
who
you
work
rather
in your
be holding
profession.
back
That's who
from having a
benefits.
resource
It's
job?
not the majority at all.
It's not.
It's you
And
and
you know
people
what?
like you.
And here's the thing: if some of these well sites in this province, I live in Alberta, were being reclaimed, remediated, and reclaimed, and not even reclaimed, but restored. Reclamation in this province is a terrible thing, and that's a whole nother video or a whole nother discussion. But if that was happening at the same rate as development was occurring, then maybe we would have some balance. Why don't we strive for balance? And then we would all also have everything. We'd have the job opportunities, we would have healthy communities, a healthy environment, but nobody wants to invest in reclamation and restoration.
So what does balance look like to you? Because again, those
It means
remediation
land
projects
coming back.
absolutely need to happen. They're happening all over all over Texas in the south. I'll use that for example because it's foreign. Right, those wells that were outdated and incorrectly capped and cemented improperly that leach into the ground, those are 100% an issue, just like they are here. But again, that comes down to money and revenue.
Okay.
So what does balance look like for you? And again,
I'll
just
tell you.
everybody in the crowd, I'm trying to ask this and bring up points respectfully. I'm not
And I'm
targeting.
sorry that I know I'm extremely passionate right now because this is land and it's important to me.
Of course.
91% of Alberta is disturbed. Only 9% of land remains intact in Alberta for the reuse of, for Indigenous people for the practice of rights. 9%, my friend. That's our livelihoods. Why don't you think about our livelihoods? Our livelihood is directly linked to land. That's where we get our food. That's where we get our medicine. That's where we practice our religion. That's where we retain our language, our identity, and our way of life. Our livelihood is just as important as yours.
No, and I absolutely get that. And I'm not saying that it isn't as important, but I'm just trying to highlight the fact that, at some point, because when I hear exactly what you just said, that the land is where you get your food and everything from, that's where we get all of our food from. Some sort of chunk of land grows the cattle, grows the grass, grows the crops.
Can I just interrupt for 1 second because this comment was quite disgusting and I want to make a point. Why are we the only country in the world that makes Indigenous people gods that control everything? Because we're one of the only countries that actually wants to be better for the horrible fucking atrocities that we've caused on this land. That comment is absolutely disgusting, and it hurts so much to know that so many people in this country want to vote alongside that way of thinking.
Yeah.
What makes us better is because we are trying to pay our dues for the horrible shit that we've done.
Thank you.
It's not really that too. We engage with this whole thing about Indigenous land rights like it's some sort of charitable affair, and I think that's a fundamentally flawed framing.
Yes.
Like this is a matter of legally established rights. This is not like this isn't an ask. It's well, what are you going to do with the rent money if I pay you? Like that's none of your business. Like it doesn't that does not. It doesn't. Like you don't need to be shown the books for what happens with the money. It's none of anyone's concern. Like money is being exchanged for land usage, and did you use the land? Yes. Did you pay for it? Yes. That's it. Like you know what I mean? Like so, but we engage with this as if like it's a formality. It's a nice to have if we actually obtain the consent of the people whose land it is before we do things on it. And that's what I got to object to is that like it's not. That's just not how it works. This is the thing. Like if our word as a nation is worth anything, then we would abide by the terms of the treaties we've signed, the Crown has signed with the inhabitants of this land. Don't put your nation on top of someone else's nation next time. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah.
It's just it's an awkward arrangement. It was probably a bad idea, but and the thing is, these agreements were all these this patchwork of treaties across the country were all signed under duress by the other party. This is the thing. Like the Crown has only ever sought to shirk and evade. And minimize the terms of those treaties, even though those treaties were signed where the other party was under duress to sign them, where the terms are already favorable to us and to Canada, and still we refuse to abide by those terms. So I don't really have a lot of time for the idea that this is we'll do it if as long as it doesn't cost too much, or we'll do it as long that's just not how it works. It's not the fundamental nature of the agreement. The treaties that we sign with these nations are more fundamental to our country than the Charter of Rights and Freedoms or the Constitution, and they predate those documents by decades and in some cases centuries.
Yeah.
So this is the thing: if there's any hope for legitimacy for this nation, if there's like that's the only claim to legitimacy Canada has is those treaties. Without that, we're just sort of like, well, why are you guys still here? We're just sort of this guy that crashed at the party and then he's still there the next day when you wake up. Like, well, why are you still here? So I don't know. That's the way I see this, and I think that framing this relationship, framing this nation to nation relationship, where we are signatories to a treaty whose terms are in most cases not very demanding on us. That it's not a charitable endeavor for our nation to live up to the terms of those treaties. It's just the law. It's just what we agreed to.
So to your point though, where you said that like no matter what, like the financial books are like it's none of your business, just to kind of like generalize it and summarize it into a comment. That's okay. But just like we have in our political system and our provincial and federal levels, there's financial misuse, right? So sometimes I'm going to use this as just an example of, okay, if those certain areas have, generated a lot of revenue from whatever source, but then there's financial misuse at, correct me if I'm wrong by using this term, but like at a chief level for their community, what does that community want to do about
Pipeline.
that?
That's up to that community. I mean, that's what I mean. Like, there's like
I'm just
there's-
asking, but
those
No, they
communities
are
have
not
governance
governing you.
and go ahead.
And
The Indigenous First Nations are not governing over you. How is it your right to know how they're spending their money?
I'm stopping you there because that's not
I
what
wanna
I asked.
answer
I'm just
his
asking
question.
within your community if there's financial misuse, just like
Yeah,
there is
I
in
want to
our
answer that.
government.
I want to answer that. And you're right. It happens. It happens a lot. And it's one thing our people have learned from the YT man very well. But here's another thing that you need to understand is that the services and programs that are required on First Nations have been chronically underfunded for a century. First Nations are still using housing maintenance budgets from the 1980s. So they're in constant crisis mode. We have more deaths than funerals, okay? And we have to pay for those funerals. The family members don't have the money to pay for that. We have a house that's built for a family of 5, housing up to 20 people. So the maintenance costs are higher. We have lower budgets to build the infrastructure that's required that a similar town size would use to maintain their roads, maintain their water and sewer lines, things like that. So we're constantly, yes, corruption has resulted from chronic poverty and always managing crisis. And that's a shame. It is awful to see. I have seen it myself. And I have learned, though, over the 28 years that I have worked with First Nations, to understand why this is the outcome. And here's the problem, too. Canada creates this racket. Because here, if First Nations learn how to manage money and say I get 3 different pots of funding for different things, but I learn how to coordinate that funding so that I can, pay for one thing that'll service all 3 of those programs. And then at the end of the day, I save, let's say, $10,000. They've cut back the budget by $10,000 next year because we've demonstrated we can do it with less. How fair is that when we're just trying to be efficient? So there are so many deep-rooted issues that has stemmed from the Indian Act that people just don't understand. Follow me for more if you want to know. There's a book called The 21 Things You Should Know About the Indian Act, because this has been a systemic racism, systemic barriers, systemically created issues that have resulted in the poverty and the crisis that we're facing on reserve every single day. So yeah, corruption happens. And here's another thing. So why chief and council sometimes skim a little money off the top of things? Because you know what happens every single meeting that they're at? There's 5, 10, sometimes 20 of their band members waiting outside the door. Hey chief, can I get $20? Hey chief, I need some diapers. You got $50 for me? Hey chief, I need smokes today. You got $10? Right? So imagine if you had all of your citizens, who is also your family members, coming to you in crisis and in need all the time, wouldn't you try to find ways to find money to support them?
Additionally, when people make these sorts of criticisms, there's sort of like an insinuation that First Nations can't govern themselves, or that and there's always this like, well, what if your politicians are corrupt? Well, then they're just like ours. I don't know why this is a what if. Like, do you mean to tell me that some politicians are corrupt? I won't hear of it. I won't hear of it. There's no way. Canadian politicians, colonial politicians certainly would not engage in corrupt practices and graft and the misspending of money. I don't see what additional concern there is on our part about how First Nations are going about their business. Like, that's the name of it. We're not surprised when Canadian politicians do it. We have checks and balances in place to make sure that doesn't happen. Audits are a thing on reserves too, and for band councils, and there's all kinds of reporting that has to happen on the finances. Like, they handle it the same way we do. Like, it's just not really a legitimate concern, and that's why it's kind of troubling. Like, well, what if they can't? What if they, It's kind of like it's being framed as like, what if I give that guy on the corner money and he spends it on drugs? And first of all, that's a fundamentally wrong way to frame it. Again, it's a business transaction. Like, the commerce happens. Like, what the person does with what the other party does with the money, does it, like, that's not part of the transaction. You know what I mean? Like, we're talking about like remunerating people for land use rights. So it's not like it's just not it's not a legitimate concern. It's not a reason not to engage in those practices. It's not a reason not to seek the consent of First Nations when we do things on their land.
Exactly. And like, what happens if when a country keeps starving a nation? What happens, like, for example, when your healthcare is keeps getting starved year after year after year? What happens to your healthcare system? It starts to collapse. And what happens to the First Nations in the country when they're starved and their population is growing and they're needing more and more and more, and they're not getting it? And having the stigmatization from the YT people doesn't help them. It is just oppressing them further. And then the government wants to come into their land and take their resources and give them a fraction of what it's worth. They're taking their land. It is not right.
Folks, I've already hogged the mic too much. I'm going to call it a night. Thank you so much. It's been a great chat. Nice to see you all. Have a good one.
Bye. Bye.
I just want to say too, thank you for the talking
Good to
point.
see you
I
again,
really
Sean.
like what you said about we don't ask where the rent goes, and that really made me think about why these are our resources in our lands that we're supposed to be shared. So I'm going to use that talking point, McGilvery. Thank you very much for that.
My pleasure. Have a good night.
I was just gonna say, I don't understand how this always becomes the talking point. It's really frustrating. It's disheartening. It's aggravating. We have signed treaties, which we are obligated to honor, period. End stop. There is no further discussion beyond that. I don't give a shit what happens beyond that. That is the end of the story. It's a legally binding contract that we signed. The rest of it is just racist rhetoric. Sorry, I'm calling a spade, and I cannot and will not put up with people regurgitating this garbage any longer. It's not okay. You know what? Are you holding Danielle Smith accountable for her garbage misuse of money or any other government official? No, you aren't. So
did you just call me a racist when I've tried to be as respectful as possible coming up and asking questions?
You know what? I did, because it was racist rhetoric. That was racist
How? It was
rhetoric.
an honest question.
It's not an honest.
Okay, hold on. Let's let's take a deep breath, because some people don't understand that maybe that rhetoric is deeply rooted in racism, because we're missing so much education around these things. So let's try for the good of our party and the good of our group to try. Like, he's been very respectful, and we've had a very respectful conversation. I know that people in the chat said some really very red flag things. So I know that we're a little bit amped up because of what we've seen in the chat, but Pipeline has actually been really respectful, and I've really appreciated him coming up here, being able to have a respectful, calm conversation. I know that some points are really triggering, but I do want to allow for us to be able to have these conversations, even if we leave them disagreeing with each other. This has been such a good educational opportunity for a lot of people that have been listening. And let's call it that. It's like some of the stuff that you're saying is maybe seated in some deep rooted racism that we don't fully understand yet because we've never been educated, right? Like most people before our generation didn't even know what Canada had actually done to Indigenous people on this land, right? There's so much that's come out only in the last 20 years where people are really starting to wake up to the reality of what our ancestors did, that I think we need to just be kind to the people that are willing to have a respectful conversation so that we can continue them.
And I just want to take a moment, Tiffany.
Okay.
And so
May I
if
make
my
a
line
comment?
of questioning
Can I get in the queue?
was slightly, not offensive, but just, unnerving in a way. Like I do apologize about that. But like Beaver just said, sorry, I'm just using your name on TikTok here. I'm asking these questions because there is not just myself that think like that or have those specific questions, and it's not always because that they're racist or they're bigoted. It all matters from what they were educated on growing up. So when they do have these questions, if they are uncomfortable, I do apologize for that, but it's not coming from like a rude place or like a trying to.
I apologize.
I'm just trying to ask questions, and then when I get the explanations, they're nice, right? I mean,
I apologize.
Can I give
it's very aggravating for me to hear these things, and I'm sorry. Please remember when you're saying those types of things, it is
a lot at stake.
it is definitely rooted in racist rhetoric. Like that is 100% accurate truth. Everything Treaty Bird said was absolutely 100% accurate, and yes, it is extremely triggering for me. It frustrates me to see people continuously, even today in 2025, sharing this blatantly racist rhetoric.
Right, but I think when I ask those kind of questions or have that kind of dialogue, trying to be as respectful as possible, it's also because I want to learn and want to hear the other side, and whether or not you agree that might, might not be a conservative trait. However, I'm human too, just like you are, and if I learned something growing up, if I learned something growing up that wasn't correct, I want to
Can I
learn.
make a comment? I'm sorry. Can I make a comment?
Go ahead.
Absolutely.
What a lot of people don't actually realize right now what's going on with Donald Trump. Okay. Yes, there's not one treaty, including the modern treaties, that's ever been honored. And don't forget, the treaties were signed in Queen and Right of Canada. Unfortunately, it's now King and Right.
Yep.
Now, what I'm saying right now is that Donald Trump is pushing the 51st state. A lot of people, he doesn't, and we don't realize, most of Canadians, that we as Canadians, non-Indigenous, have no right to negotiate on behalf of the Indigenous populations of Canada with the United States. This is why he could never even fathom the 51st state, because the Indigenous population is going to save us, just like Matthew Kuhn did in Quebec. There's no way Canada, the provinces, could never negotiate on behalf of the Indigenous populations in this country. So
you're not wrong, but
no, I am
also talking,
totally right, because
again,
the Indigenous population. No, I'm not wrong, and the Indigenous population.
But there's also one problem though with the argument, which is you're talking about a man who's not known for negotiating or consent.
So
yep.
No. The Indigenous population, basically, we are privileged as immigrants to be here. Absolutely. Okay. And if any Canadian doesn't realize that, that's not Indigenous, they have something else coming. We are privileged to be in this country. And we have to start realizing that and embrace the Indigenous population. You know, everybody complains, oh, they have these new $100,000 trucks and blah, blah, blah. You know what? So what? Right? The point of the fact is, we're privileged to be here. And that is the way we're going to save our country, is through our Indigenous. And do you realize it's in the free trade agreement? Okay. Right now, it's called the Native Procurement Policy, right? And that people don't even, nobody's even monopolizing on that. It's nation to nation, and it's free. There's no tariffs. There's no nothing. You know, Indigenous populations, you know, that should be monopolized right now. If you read those agreements, okay, there's free trade between nation and nation Indigenous populations, between the U.S. and Canada. Why aren't we monopolizing on that? And the U.S. economy and the Canadian economy, i.e., Indigenous populations, should be monopolizing on it right now. And that includes Mexico. That's right in there. You read it.
And I was, just to follow up on that, and yes, Pipeline, I'm sorry, I get really heated and spicy when I hear rhetoric that borders on racism. It really, really aggravates me to no end. I'm sorry. I am trying to say this in good faith. I think it would be really important for you to kind of look up the history, and more importantly, to look up one, if not all, of the treaties that have been signed. Because most importantly, those treaties were signed in good faith, and we need to honor them in good faith, and stop. That is the end of the sentence. There is no more. I don't care if we could make more money, if we could whatever.
Not one treaty.
Are.
Not one treaty has ever been honored.
And you know what? If we haven't been honoring them fully, then you know what? As Canadians, that is us who failed, and we should fix that immediately. It's sorry.
It's an embarrassment under reconciliation. Absolutely.
100%. And I think if we are going to have any disagreements, that should be where we start. Why are we not honoring things that we have signed? Because if we can't honor the agreements that we have signed, then that means we are not trustworthy people. It also means on a world stage, we're not trustworthy people. And I'd like to think that we are, because I'd like to think that that is what separates, one of the many things that separates Canada from America is that. And I really get frustrated when I hear people say all of this horrible, and it is, I'm sorry, it's racist rhetoric about different Indigenous populations all over Canada who have been so gracious and kind to have allowed all of our ancestors and all of us to maintain living on this land to the wonderful ability that we have been, and we to dishonor them in such a way, to talk in such a disgusting, deplorable way. Like, I'm sorry, I cannot even begin to showcase my anger.
Want to add to that? I agree with you on that, and I apologize that might have come across that way. I'm just trying to understand both sides of the fences, or all multiple sides of the fences, for lack of a better term. But I think that boils down to an issue that isn't blue versus orange versus red versus any group or political affiliation. I think it boils down to, why is our youth not educated the way that they probably should be, amongst other things, right? Like, we don't get taught half the stuff in school. I think everybody can agree on that. I don't know if anybody got taught how to do their taxes in school, or what a credit history was in school. But hey, a mitochondria is definitely the powerhouse of a cell. That I can remember. I don't remember them ever teaching anything else. So again, I just want to say, like, my line of questioning, although it may be from a bad rhetoric, it's not, my question personally wasn't coming from that rhetoric, because that might be all I've heard.
Well, history
has forced towards me. So I'm just trying to get a better understanding.
Who wrote the history? the churches and the politicians.
This is why I said a bigger issue than blue versus red versus orange versus anyone, just a system change, right? That's
Yes,
what I meant.
but who controls education, right?
Again, that's just what I'm saying. It shouldn't be a political party argument. This should be a system party argument, like the entire thing.
But the government controls the system. The government controls the
Right.
education system, and the people who vote, the majority of people who vote in that government are the ones who control that system. And unfortunately, as we can see looking at Canada, a lot of them unfortunately are from a certain party who color who is not exactly the most open-minded. There's my PC way of putting it. It's not the most open-minded when it comes
Right,
to
but is it fair to say
right.
that it hasn't just only been one party? Like I think
Oh, no,
that
I'm not-
politics and
that's
politics as a
fully
whole
fair.
should take
That is
some
fully fair.
accountability for it.
Up until like the 80s and 90s, when it came to white tea patriarchy supremacy, that was across the board. It was still
100%.
White tea cis men in charge of everything. But once we started becoming a little bit more progressive and evolving, right? If you think about it, when did we really start learning about Indigenous history for the first time? Under the current Liberal Party. They were the first ones that really took the first step in reconciliation. They should have done way more. That's for sure. But they still did a hell of a lot more than Harper's government ever did.
Yeah, 100%. And I was
No, I
fortunate enough-
disagree because that goes back to the fisheries wars in Atlantic Canada when they first started questioning the treaty rights. Okay, so that was before Trudeau. Okay, and this goes way back in fisheries, and everything, and that's what caused the fisheries wars in Atlantic Canada. And we're not honoring the treaties, and that was totally dishonored, and it's still going on today. And and you name me one treaty right now in Canada that is being honored. Name one. Even the Seychelles self-government, that's still not being honored.
I think like something I wanted to say to Pipeline, I think there's an extent to where we can blame our education system for not teaching these things. When you do hear about these things, and if you still want to remain ignorant to it, you pass that knowledge down to children. So if you take the time to actually learn about it yourself and then educate your children yourself, much like Indigenous people do, that's where things start to change.
But that's
I'm going to give you an
one of the
example.
reasons why I'm up here is to ask that and to learn it
Habima settlement.
myself, as opposed to just traditional researching. I get to talk to like real people right now, you and I get to hear, like I said, all sides of the fences, and like, yeah, I do get to question, my upbringing, right? I grew up in Catholic school, but I demanded my parents to move me out of that in grade 7 because I didn't like not having a choice to ask the question myself of like, why do I have to praise to this person? Like, what about, well, that person doesn't, so what do they do? Why do I have to do it this way just because I might be white or born in Canada? Why do I have to, right? I've always been a person that asks why, even as a child. So yeah, even if I got taught, or the media or whatever, TV or the traditional levels of propaganda that you hear day in and day out for your whole life, I'm like, I don't know, even though I am conservative, I'm still willing and wanting to learn, right? I don't agree with everything that Trump does at all. He says some really stupid shit.
Why are we talking about Donald Trump?
No, I'm just raising a point that as a conservative, the rhetoric right now and narrative is that, if you're supporting conservative, you're supporting a level of Trump's government. I don't support a lot of what he does. Do I support everything that Pierre is pledging or that any past conservative has? No, I'm landing very middle.
Look what happened with Habima. That's right in your backyard, buddy.
Yep. I chose to, when I went to university, take classes on Canadian history, and especially the periods of time when when a lot of these treaties were being signed, when Canada was forming as a nation. And is all of that history that's been written correct? Absolutely not.
No, it's
We all
not.
know
It's
history is not.
propaganda.
Absolutely. But you know what? It gave me enough information to know that I should look into it, to research further about it. I should understand more about it, because it's not stuff that was taught in school, and therefore I had to go and figure out on my own different books, different resources, different people. It is your responsibility to find alternate resources to learn what you
I mean,
weren't taught.
that's what I'm at right now
Put it
because
this
I'm
way:
not in a position to just take another class in college.
the
You know?
Davis Inlet relocation project. They put a 50-acre sewage lagoon right behind the high school,
What?
and they put little Brockville. Up in the Davis Inc. I'm telling you right now, it's Little Brockville. They put a 50-acre sewage lagoon right behind the high school.
Where is this?
Davis Inlet. Go look at it. They brought, I'm telling you, they were building garages where there's nobody that drives a car because it was CMHC housing and everything else that went up there. It's a total fiasco. And half the population didn't move. Go and look at it. It's gross.
Oh, my heart.
And then there was embezzlement and everything else. Well, I think it was like $400 million. And I'm not going to give the actual dollar number, but like it's crazy. Go look at it. And nobody wanted to move there. But go look at this, the actual design of the community they built. Can you imagine putting a sewage lagoon right behind a school?
And that happens here on reserves in Alberta. I've seen
It's
sewage
crazy.
lagoons right next to the schools, or within even like a less than a half a mile. I've actually heard of kids swimming in the sewage lagoons on some reserves.
Absolutely. There was no consultation. There was nothing.
It's environmental racism. Doesn't matter.
Absolutely.
100%.
Because this little engineering company, I'm not going to mention name, but they're from Orangeville, Ontario. Okay. And there was politicians that actually got fired over it down the road. Okay. And if anybody knows the history of the relocation project and development, they'll get what I'm saying right now. Right. And this is fact. This is how we're treating our Indigenous people. We pay white people, blah, 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 zero consultation to come in and design their own communities that doesn't fit within their culture and what they want. It's disgusting.
Mm-hmm. Like, I've seen lots of this too, and like the towns that are adjacent to reserves, their sewage lagoon effluent is often released onto the reserve lands because who cares? It's just the Indians that live there. I mean, and another thing I've witnessed happen, like in Musqueam here in Alberta, it's a central. There's 4 First Nations there with a main rail that goes through. That railway goes, that line, that train never slows down. It doesn't slow down at all. But in Wetaskiwin and through Pinoka, it slows down to 30.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm sorry to take it like that, but to me, like another demonstration of environmental racism and the way that First Nations, and especially First Nations that live on reserve, are really looked down upon. And I want to add something to the education conversation, because I grew up in Calgary. I didn't learn my history. My father suffered from shame, right? Self-shame, because that was taught to him, and it was taught to me also. But so I had to learn my history too in the last 10 years, 20 years maybe. But I didn't know who I was or where I came from. I didn't know about residential schools. I never knew about 60 scoops. I've never knew half of these stories. And going through reconciliation and we've been learning has been hard, really hard. And to be able to look at yourself and understand that wow, I'm a survivor of genocide. To never really even know that as I grew up, because the racism was just normal, and the barriers I felt like were just,
Yeah,
tests in a way.
you know what I'm hoping for is the non-indigenous population in Canada right now should look at history and be taught that and feel the same way that you're feeling. You know, to feel that that is so wrong. You know, and I'm not seeing it right now, but a lot of people don't realize that, right now, as far as the current politics that are going on, it's the indigenous population, and I'm really kind of incensed that they don't have more of a voice in the current politics right now, and they should have, right? And they should have their own party,
Yeah.
and certainly they'd do better
I've
than
been thinking about making a party.
you should
know-
make. Yeah, absolutely. They should have their own party representation in
They
parliament.
shouldn't need their own party.
Absolutely, they should have their own party.
No, but they shouldn't need it. They
I'd
shouldn't.
like to
Can I
Well,
just
they
just butt in
shouldn't
to say
need
goodbye?
it, but maybe they should.
Sure.
Because
And-
it's disgusting.
Luna, though, things have changed. Look at how the reaction Frontline had to that comment in the chat earlier. Things have changed, and we do have more people who have a greater, deeper understanding of the history and where things are. And you know what I know is I remember being a little girl in Calgary, and there's Sutina was right close by, and there was also Siksika and Stoney Nations are not too far away. And I remember seeing First Nation people come from those nations into town, and they would never even look you in the eye. They would never interact with us or anything. Now you see Indigenous people come into the city, and they're proud, and they demonstrate. They show their indigeneity. They wear their beads. They hold their heads high, and they talk to everybody now. And so things are changing. I wish it was
I
faster.
hope so, because Jody Raybald got shit on.
Yes.
I'm not. I don't. I have my own opinion.
I know there's still. I know that the change is really slow, and that is a problem. But this past summer we shut down the Pride Parade in order to stand up for Indigenous women and children, and that's never been done before. And our city welcomed it with open arms, and nobody even batted an eye that we canceled an entire giant parade for that. Also, I'm a first generation immigrant, and coming to this country meant everything in terms of me having a better life than I would have ever had back in my home country. So I always want to treat it with major respect. Like, who was here first? Whose country am I really in? Let me understand the history around that, and let me give thanks where thanks is due. And thanks is due to the Indigenous people of Canada.
And do you have a better life?
I have a much better life than I would have ever had in my home country here. So I have nothing but respect. And
may we ask, what was your home country?
Romania.
Oh, okay.
So Eastern Europe, country that was under dictatorship and oppression for a long time, and very corrupt government, even when it finally came out of dictatorship, because you don't just switch from being under dictatorship to, having a thriving economy after your borders have been closed for that long. And it's rough. Like, most people, a lot of educated people from my country start traveling into Europe, Canada, and the United States because it's so hard to actually make it.
So you have an appreciation for the Indigenous population here then, right?
100%.
I thank you.
I just want to make it clear as well.
And I think all of us
before I butt
immigrants
out
should
here,
have that.
I do as well.
100%.
I might have questions that might be harsh, but I do have appreciation for it, and I'm just trying to learn more.
And we appreciate you trying to learn more. So thank you for being here, and thank you for listening. We really appreciate
I'm
it.
sorry again that I kind of lost it.
It's okay. Don't worry. I work in the trades. I got thick skin. I promise you that.
I often work with the trades in my business too, so I have a huge amount of respect for what you guys do. So that's why I said I don't want to diminish that. It's just I think I've heard this rhetoric so long, and I am
it's not anger,
My
it's
great
passion.
grandparents all came here, so I want to say fourth generation, third. I never know what that means, third or fourth, somewhere along the line.
Yeah.
All of mine were great grandparents that came here from Ukraine to the UK, various places in the UK, and
I'm sixth generation, so nobody can
Yes.
tell me anything.
Yeah,
Right.
so I'm so grateful that all of my family members were able to make it here. Clearly, since most of them settled in Saskatchewan, Alberta, they were not
Well, you're Ukrainian,
of the
right?
wealthy variety.
And Pipeline, before you go, I just want to, I'm sorry for my passion, and I wasn't trying to be directing anger at you. I do appreciate the conversation, but I please don't call Bill C-69 the no pipeline legislation. It has nothing to do with pipelines. It's only
And
about
you-
impact assessments that
You're
are
right.
regulated by the federal government.
And you're right. So I do apologize for generalizing that because that is a media slogan. It doesn't matter which
Yes.
side it is. However, my point from that was just that that bill, whether or not it's worded as such, can and will affect that. So
It won't, because pipelines are regulated by the Canada Energy Regulator, which is different legislation.
right, but those projects got put on hold, and I'm only bringing that up because I work for an energy provider.
I
in
worked for
Western
TransCanada
Canada.
Pipelines.
No,
So-
I'm not doubting that. I'm just saying, like, we are currently right now having meetings and have been having meetings for the last year about those, and most of those projects have been yet again pushed on further hold, at least till 2026. It doesn't
So-
mean that they need to get enforced right away. My point when I came up to talk about oil and gas was just simply to highlight the fact that not everybody here in Alberta or Saskatchewan thinks the way the media wants them to be viewed as, and that, we just don't want to have our economy decimated over that. And yeah, people can find new jobs and stuff, but until the alternative is there, we can't simply just shun that sector of our economy because it does
Can I
feed
make a
into a
quick point?
massive amount of GDP for Canada as a whole.
Can I make a quick point about that? So we were talking quite a bit earlier before this awesome conversation about how do we make shifts and how do we secure, other education or other industry for these people. Could we not look at reducing, subsidizing oil and gas? And just to say, one thing that just personally made me upset is that you questioned the transparency of Indigenous people with their money. And I kept saying, what about the transparency of subsidies within oil and gas? Could we not allot some of that money to education in new technologies? Why
Well, we
could we
do,
not
and
take
that's
that
why I
money
brought up those
elsewhere?
pilot projects. It might not be education.
No.
in the form
Or
that you're
green
talking
energy.
No. I'm not saying green energy products. I'm not talking about existing technology. I'm saying why could that money not go into education, to making the new scientists that are going to create technology we don't even understand yet? Instead of investing just in current green technology, which you're right, there's a ton of holes with it. You are absolutely correct. So we need to do the opposite of the US and invest in education, because that's where we're going to find solutions to make really sustainable. They're going to be economical and they're going to be giving people more jobs. We have to have education to discover those technologies and improve upon the ones we have.
Right,
And
in
why
in
are we?
different words. I'm just going to finish. Sorry, Luna, because I got to hop off.
Yep, sorry.
But Sasquatch, you're right. It does need to be in the education kind of environment for that to progress. However, differently worded, but that kind of is my point. Until we can't shun it and reduce it, if that currently or can be in the future, if it's not being utilized to its fullest now, can provide the funding to do so. And that is my only issue with current federal governments for the last decade that have just, yes, they want alternatives, and yes, they might want higher education of that, but they're willing to just turn the tap off essentially and just try and figure it out elsewhere. And right? And
Can I
that's where the issue.
can I say something really
I'm-
quickly, Pipeline? Sorry, Luna.
Yep.
You are failing to hold Smith and her government accountable for the fact that they canceled almost all of the green energy projects in the province of Alberta. So if you're going to hold the federal
There's
government
not all
responsible,
of
then you
them.
need to hold your provincial government just as equally responsible.
And
They
forgive me if that came across wrong, but I mean, just like when someone brought up, I believe it was Sasquatch, saying that the way that I questioned First Nation or Indigenous spending habits or their budget, don't get me wrong, I question those about our own government. Like I've never once in this live come up here and said what we're doing right now is perfect, and what we need to continue doing that.
But you made a point. But you made a point to criticize Indigenous people and the way they handle their money.
It didn't come
But you
out
did
correctly.
not-
It wasn't supposed to be a criticism. It was supposed to be a question.
I know, but you chose to criticize that instead of Danielle Smith or the oil and gas company. So think about that
Well,
and how that can
Danielle
implicate.
Smith
No.
didn't come up
Hear
in
me
that
out. Hear me
conversation
out.
just then.
Hear me out. What I'm saying is, you chose to pick up that topic and criticize Indigenous people instead of talking about other people. We're saying that's an implication of racism. That's the root of what we're saying. You could have come at it from your expertise. You know tons about the pipeline. You illustrated that. You could have attacked it from your expertise instead of trying to talk from someone else's point of view.
Well, I was also trying to join into the
No. Let me finish
conversation currently
talking.
going on, right?
That's-
It was,
But you could have just as easily not said that comment.
and you know what?
I'm just- I'm
Hold
trying to-
on. He was genuinely trying to learn, right? Like there was a question that he had that he genuinely didn't know the answer to. Unfortunately, that question came across as, with having some roots in Indigenous racism here in Canada, but I think that it was a good thing that he asked because he also got an answer that he might have not heard before.
that's exactly fair to say, because I came up here regardless of how it might have come off or how I worded it. That's on me, but I came up here with the sole purpose of trying to get that understanding. So
Can I make one comment and then I'll sign off so somebody else can come up? We all forget about our banking institutions and their quarterly reports that come up with $1 billion profits. Where are they reinvesting in Canada? Okay, but not only that, why are they making $1 billion and they're slamming their fees on us with interest rates and everything else? Well, they can put that back into Canada in development. A lot of people that aren't looking, and I think that Carney may look at this. I'm hoping he does. I have to wait and see. But nobody's mentioning these banking institutions that we all deal with and no return on. Like, my money sits in my bank account, but I got to pay fees for me having my money in their bank. Where is that going? When they say, quarterly report, they made $1.2 billion. Where the hell is that going? And they have to be accountable for that. And nobody has a line by line item on that. And it's unsaid. Nobody's even talking about it, and it's disgusting to me. What the hell? Like, this is what it's all about. What is going on with this? Every time I do transactions, I'm getting charged. Everything else. Right from credit cards to everything else. It's bullshit. Nobody is even talking about it. And why aren't they? And all of a sudden you get the quarterly report out. Oh, CIBC and Royal Bank. Oh, quarterly report. 1.2 billion, 1 point this. It's bullshit. And they pay their employees minimum wage, for God's sake.
Yeah,
Welcome to end stage capitalism.
Yeah,
crazy.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. I mean, people. I'm not that old. I'm in my early 30s. But when I was 15 or 14, and minimum wage was still under $9, if you would have told me back then that I'm gonna make an earning at $30 an hour, I would have laughed and been like, you know what? That's awesome. That's amazing. $40 an hour? Oh my goodness. I'm rich, right? But now that doesn't do anything now. So even those wages haven't kept up with the cost of everything else.
No, no, you guys are silent on my comment. Why is people silent on the comment? They should be outraged at my comment and the banking institutions.
A lot of us have been outraged in terms of capitalism as a whole for a long time, and I think a lot of us are exhausted because we agree and we know very well that at the end of the day, these are for-profit businesses, and the sole purpose of them existing is to have higher profits than the year before.
Unless all of us collectively actually stand in Parliament Hill and violently protest against it,
That's what I'm waiting for, the shakes on the tree with the debates. Nobody is addressing the banking institution and where those profits are going, what they're invested in, and Carney absolutely can answer every single one of those questions, but nobody's answering it.
But
nobody's even asking.
Well, Luna, you're talking about outrage. You've clearly never been in here and alive when I've been spicy, because I've said many times, like before I moved here, I was pulling 20-hour days. I had 2 jobs, running equipment with no debt, a credit score over 800, no kids, no student debt. I drove a 99 Sunfire, and I could not get approved for a mortgage because my snow removal was seasonal. I'm very angry, but I'm not going to take up time when we were talking about Indigenous matters. I'm going to sit here and be quiet and not clog up the chat. You don't know my rage. You don't want my rage in this chat. Trust me. You have no idea.
Oh, you have no idea about me. You have no idea about me.
Let's not make it personal for anybody, and let's not get heated. Let's just try to have a calm, cool conversation. I know that there's some topics that are challenging.
But people should be asking the question: how come I have to pay to have my money in your institution?
Here's Luna. Let me answer your question, okay? Here's the problem in Canada. We have little competition in the banking industry. It is dominated by the 5 major banks. That is the issue here. If you go south of the border in the United States and you tell people that we pay banking fees here in Canada to have accounts, people will laugh at you. They're like, what do you mean you pay? Because in the States, I mean, there's pros and cons. Their banking industry is very unregulated. There are tons of banks in the United States. But the issue with that is as well, look at their subprime lending crisis that they had back in 2008 because their banking industry was so unregulated in the States. So there are pros and cons here. Yes, we do pay banking fees, and I do agree. I think it is ridiculous that we pay banking fees. But at the end of the day, these banks are not there. They're there to make profits for their shareholders. And if people are, and that's the problem in Canada.
They make enough money off the investments.
Okay, Luna,
Why build
Luna, let me speak.
No, but why build a senior citizen that collects?
Okay, can we? I want to. Sorry. I want to keep it respectful. Okay, when someone is talking, you have to let them finish. You have to wait for at least a 2-second pause. Okay, hear a pause and then start talking, because otherwise it gets too messy and there's a lot of yelling, and we don't do that here.
Yeah, but I started the conversations.
Yes, but
it doesn't matter who started it. If someone is speaking, please respect them to just finish speaking. We're all on the same page here. Okay.
And here's the problem too, Luna. It's the same thing with our telecommunications industry, with Rogers, Bell. It's the exact same thing. There are cheaper alternatives. You do not need to pay banking fees. You can open a bank account with Tangerine Bank. You can open a PC Financial account where they pay much higher interest rates. And they do not charge monthly fees to bank with them. But people are too. What's that?
Just let people finish, okay?
Yes. So that's the issue. I have my banking with Tangerine Bank. I do not pay banking fees. And that's the thing. A lot of people are just too willing to accept it. And if people decided started migrating and saying, you know what, I'm not going to bank with Royal Bank anymore. I'm not going to bank with CIBC anymore. I'm going to switch to these alternative lenders because their rates are cheaper and I don't have to pay banking fees. It's the same thing in the telecommunications industry. Why do people stick with Rogers and Bell and TELUS when you can switch to lower cost providers that will provide the same level of service with lower fees? That is the issue. And the only way to get these big banks to stop charging those fees is to leave these big banks and to not do business with them.
Hold on, Roger. To add to that, you're saying like you're using Rogers and stuff as example. Use smaller providers. Which exactly would you mean? Because some of the
Actually,
services that you receive at your house, you can't actually just switch to a smaller provider entirely.
And
I get,
also,
like, if you live,
Boundary is owned by Scotia, and those cheaper providers, if you worked in telecommunications, all of the lower ones are owned by the other
Exactly.
telecommunications.
That's my line of
Virgin,
questioning getting at.
No, I'm trying to talk. Virgin is owned by Bell. Okay, if you go to Koodo, Koodo's owned by TELUS. I'm trying to talk. So when I bought my TELUS phone, it came in a Koodo box. I ordered my phone online from TELUS. It came in a Koodo box. So when you think you are supporting smaller, you're getting smaller fees. You are still paying into that monopoly.
Absolutely. Sorry, I just want to respond to
Those big
that.
telecommunication companies own all of them.
They
own
don't, though.
all of them. The only one that's independent is Freedom. Shaw
They
got
don't.
bought by Rogers, but Freedom stayed independent,
Sorry.
and they're not that great to work for. I worked for them. They're not. that great
Freedom
to
is
work for.
owned by Shaw.
Sorry,
isn't it?
No. Hang on a second. Let me correct you guys on this one. Freedom is now owned by Videotron.
Oh,
Here's
they got
the thing.
bought.
That's a
They
US
did.
company.
They had to.
Sorry, can I
No, it's a French company.
Videotron was not.
Company, by the way.
Videotron was a French company. During the deal with the Shaw, where Shaw was purchased by Rogers, one of the conditions from CRTC was that they had to spin off Freedom and sell it off, and so they were able to sell it off with approval by CRTC to Videotron, since Videotron is not one of the original three. That's kind of what they wanted to use.
Yeah,
So
I have.
the amalgamation of those two
I have
makes
Freedom.
a bit of
And I
sense.
love it actually.
And here's the thing:
Yeah.
there are a lot of independent providers that people don't know about. My brother owns. Have you ever heard of the company Coextro? My brother owns an ISP provider. You can get that anywhere in the GTA. Anybody that provides Bell service, that provides Rogers service, Tech Savvy. There are tons and tons that aren't affiliated with those big companies like Rogers.
They
You just
are
have to do
affiliated
research.
because they have to use their infrastructure.
Yeah, there is partial infrastructure usage for those, because if you're using DSL or using cable, you're going to be using Bell lines or Rogers lines, at least to get between the central office and to the endpoint, which is the home user. So you are using partial there.
That's true. Yes.
And
And if we-
there is mandates to provide that
The
ability to do that.
RTC provides regulations
Can
on
I-
those exact things.
Can I just say
They
one
do.
thing?
And
and
there's
then
right
I'm
now
gonna
there's
stop?
no regulations, and therefore none of them are
Can,
allowed to have access to the fiber optic right now. And
Can
that's
I
the big
ask you
contention.
guys? How do you guys ask questions in here? Did you guys hear what
Bit of a
happened with?
challenge.
Did you guys happen with hear what happened with Rachel Gilmore today?
Yeah, we were talking
I
about
did. I did.
Isn't that
I'm
disgusting?
pissed.
Isn't that disgusting?
I am pissed. I
yeah.
am
What
pissed.
happened?
Yeah.
Someone.
I was actually on your Twitch.
I
PP
can-
Rose complained to CTV. She had a Friday fact check every week. She was supposed to do fact check, but the right wingers, like including PP's spokesperson, complained to CTV. Just totally bashed them with complaints, eh? And CTV gave in to them and fired her. She lost her show.
No way.
What?
It wasn't even a show. It was just a segment.
Yeah,
Like,
segment,
Just
yeah.
a segment. Yeah.
Yep, and just but they.
It doesn't matter though. It's still absolutely ridiculous. And here I've pulled out the.
Yeah, I've got the. Did you guys see? If you guys go to my profile, I copied it. I recorded what Keenan said on X about her. You know who?
Yeah,
Keenan
so-
is? Keen from Rebel News.
No, he's from TNC.
No,
he's
he's
from
from Rebel
TNC, not
News.
Rebel.
Can someone?
Yeah,
give
he
it a
called her.
Keen Bext?
I don't know if I'm allowed to say this, but he called her a pathetic sniveling rat that was fake tearing. It's on my profile.
Yeah.
Can someone
But-
give
but-
us a synopsis of what happened? Because we're not all.
Can
Yeah,
I
go ahead.
Yeah, can I please?
Go ahead.
Can I please?
Yeah, go
Thank you.
ahead.
So, CTV has canceled a segment on its national morning show fact-checking election misinformation after an online backlash from Pierre Poilievre's conservatives and right-wing alternative media outlets targeted a prominent journalist. An audio recording obtained by Press Progress shows the show's executive producer made the decision over concerns that the volume of pushback targeting the journalist had become a distraction for CTV. Rachel Gilmore, a former parliamentary press gallery reporter reporter who recently launched her own digital media company, was over the moon when CTV Your Morning invited her to do a weekly fact-checking segment during the federal election. She said, "I was so excited about this opportunity. It felt like a full circle moment in my career because one of my early jobs was producing for CTV, and now I was being booked by CTV as an expert reporter on disinformation." Gilmore received a glowing introduction from CTV on March 25th. There's a lot of great things that CTV said about her on that. I'm not going to read them all out, but I'm going to get here. Now, shortly after Gilmore shared a clip of her appearance on social media and thanked CTV for the opportunity, Sebastian Skamsky, which is a senior campaign official for Pierre Poilievre's Conservative, denounced CTV News for letting a, I quote, "disgraced disinformation peddler lie directly to their viewers." And then he tweeted, "In a shocking new low for CTV News, they are having this disgraced disinformation peddler lie directly to their viewers under the guise of news. The liberal media will do anything to ensure a fourth liberal term." Skamsky's tweet provided nothing to substantiate his description of Gilmore as a disgraceful disinformation peddler or as a liar, nor his suggestion that CTV News is working to help elect the Liberals. Neither Poilievre's campaign nor Skamsky, who served as Poilievre's spokesperson until recently being quietly shuffled out of that position, responded to requests from Press Progress asking for information to substantiate Skamsky's statements or to clarify if his statements were pre-approved by Poilievre's campaign. Basically, they got a lot of pushback, and Gilmore says that she received no criticism or negative feedback from CTV on the quality of her work and was told that the decision to cancel the segment was made purely to avoid the distraction created by her online troll base.
Wow. And she, on her profile, she actually has recorded the phone call when she got canned.
That's horseshit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. I was so mad about that today. I was just livid angry with our country.
Yeah.
And
with our media.
What was Poilievre's comment?
Well, listen, it was his spokesperson.
Oh, yeah, but Poilievre was asked to comment, and of course, no comment.
That's disgusting.
But he's attacked her before in the past when she was with Globo, eh?
Yep.
Yeah, he attacked
That's one of the big reasons she's not with Global is because of the Conservative Party, because they didn't like her facts.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
that's very Trump. That's very Trump-like.
Yeah.
What did he
No,
want
it's very
to-
Boulevard-like. You know? She's a nice lady. I love her stuff, eh?
She's amazing.
Yeah,
I'm in shock right now. What you just said, I'm in total shock.
I know. I was in shock earlier today. I actually had to calm down before I went live when I first found out about this. But yeah, there's universities now around Canada that are talking about the dangers of free press in Canada because of this incident. Because this is showing that if enough people don't like you because you oppose their viewpoint, you can get shut down. You can get your segment canceled. You can get kicked out of journalism, like a lot of reporters have. A lot of reporters that were too truthful and didn't want to appeal to sensationalism and actually report on a full story and do proper investigative journalism don't have places in mainstream media anymore. I was going to journalism school and I ended up actually dropping out halfway through because I got to the point in journalism school where it all became about marketing. And I basically got told that I better be really careful which 5% of the investigative piece that I actually did I actually get to present, and how I need to tailor my questions to politicians in a way that doesn't cause too much discomfort. So that is why we see what we're seeing today in mainstream media, and this just goes to prove it even further. It's sad. It's freaking pathetic and sad.
Yeah, I totally agree.
I'm in shock. I have no words.
Yeah, you're so disgusted, you just don't know what to say. It's just...
Well, how can you say, what can you say to that?
Yeah.
right? Like it's ugh, right?
Yeah, and that's what she even said. She said, I didn't get into journalism because I wanted to see my name on CTV News. I got into it because I wanted to make the world slightly less shitty. I cover these stories because they help people.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And you know what? When PP has his press conferences, doesn't have any follow-ups. Some of the questions sound very scripted. He's got some answers right off, like he's reading off a script, eh? So, it's just he's gonna lose. He's gonna lose, but it's just disgusting to see what they resort to, eh?
Right.
You
This
know?
is the thing with Polyev and him having a slight shot of being prime minister. It scares the ever-loving hell out of me. Everyone's like, why are you freaking out? Well, you've never had rights taken away from you
Well,
as a marginalized person? Okay, sorry. I'll wait till
you
you're
know
done.
what? Can I say something? I watched Polyev when it goes. Remember it was televised, the Lavalin and the Wee stuff. He conducted himself disgusting.
Oh, when he threw the papers?
Oh, he was so. And you
Okay,
know what?
That was
You know what?
awesome.
It was so disgusting.
That was awesome.
And
That's what happens when the
What's
liberals
awesome
block
about that?
out there and put
Can I
black
say
markers
something?
all
no, it
over their
wasn't awesome.
forms.
And
He's a
then,
child.
and then he disrespected a reporter eating an apple.
Yeah.
Like, are you joking me?
Yeah.
Well, it's
How
because all the
arrogant are you?
reporters, half
Was
the
hang on a
reporters
sec,
out
the
there are
Apple
paid by
incident.
liberals.
The
No,
Apple,
the Apple
incident
incident
was so disgusting.
It was perfect. It
was
was
the
perfect.
reporter.
No, it was
Why is that
Good for
perfect?
Pierre.
These are
Good
that
for
was a
Pierre.
total
He's being rude,
disregard.
arrogant.
Good for
No,
Pierre.
no, but
Let's
was
let's just talk one at a time.
Canadian public,
Can I?
because that reporter was asking legitimate
Enough.
questions,
Can I
and he
finish
was
my
so
point?
arrogant that he just didn't give him a time of day.
was that a real reporter?
Yes.
Regardless,
Yes, it was.
regardless, it's
Because
regardless.
it felt like
The
a
arrogance
setup
was
scene.
It did feel like a setup, but
Can we please just talk one at a time? If not, I will have to start muting people and creating a list of who gets to talk.
Fair enough.
Thank you. So, I think Smarshy had something that she wanted to get out.
I'll talk
I know-
more now.
Okay.
I'm going to take this moment of silence and just say, for real this time, I'm going to hop out. Thank you.
Roller
guys.
Okay.
is praying
I
right now.
appreciate
Have a
it.
nice
If you
evening.
will allow me back, I will be back.
Have a nice night.
Of course. Thank you so much for being respectful.
Of course. And
Have a good
again,
night.
I don't know if everyone's still in this chat, but Tiffany and Treaty and everybody, I do apologize. I'm just trying to learn. So
You're good. You're good. You're good. I promise. We honestly appreciate the calm, cool conversation and the opportunity to educate. So we're good.
like I said, I might be conservative, but I will listen and try to have a conversation.
You know what? You're a really nice.
We'll have a
You're a
conversation.
really nice. You're a really nice conservative dude. You're calm. You've been respectful. We're good. We're good. We're happy to have people of, all different political viewpoints in here, as long as we can keep a nice, calm, cool, collected discussion.
Okay. You guys have a wonderful night. Until next time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, so my thought is like Polyev gets in with a slim chance. I don't know what's gonna happen for my community.
He will not get in the latest polls and everything. It's like
Can I finish my
99%.
thought?
Don't. Yeah, let her finish.
Yeah.
I said if he gets in by a slim chance, I am terrified of that.
I don't think you have much to be terrified about.
Yeah, I don't either. You're right.
Can I
Yeah.
can
And Ed,
I'm just
you
gonna
don't
stop
have
talking.
a clue on if they're going to win or not, so I wouldn't jump to perspective yet.
Perhaps we'll let Smarshley finish. Sorry about that. Smarshy.
Smarchy, I'm with you. I'm like losing sleep at night. I keep thinking about all these bogus scandals that keep popping up in the media, and I just can't with these people. Like, they're going after his doctoral thesis, they're going after that candidate in Ontario, and I'm scared,
Yeah, but
frankly.
2 conservative candidates got canned today too, eh?
Yeah, no, but this is the thing. They want to go after UNDRIP, which is a international law.
Yeah.
And that's what scares me, because it's the United Nations Declarations of Indigenous Peoples' Rights.
Yes.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
That's what scares me. I'm not scared because I'm not scared for any reason that isn't oh God, what is that word I'm looking for? It's not an irrational fear. It's actually a pretty rational fear if you look at it, right?
Yeah, it's a fear, but the way the polls and everything are looking, he's like 99%. No.
No. Hang on. And I want to address this one. The polls were very confident that Hillary was going to win, and it didn't work.
I know,
And
but
that
there was
didn't
a lot
happen.
tighter
And
race.
the polls were also, hang on a second, the polls were also confident that Kamala was going to win, and it didn't happen.
And Pierre's
Nobody
rallies
in their
are
right
huge,
mind
Ed.
should ever consider anything to be certain. So for people to be concerned right now, it's a rational thought.
Yes.
And we need to appreciate that that is a legitimate fear, no matter what.
Joe.
And there should be no fear on rights being taken away. Pierre came out multiple times. The rights aren't
no.
getting taken
Pierre
away.
is a
Within the law,
pathological
they
liar.
can't take it away. They would have
Everyone
taken it away
one
in
at
their
a time.
first term. They would have taken it away in their first term. Just calm down. He's not taking away women's rights. This has been called out multiple times by different people. And he's confirmed it, so I wouldn't worry too much on it. Sorry, but just
Hold on.
Nobody's-
Hold
nobody's
on. Hold on. I'm the host. I want to speak for a second. So, Taya, Awesome, whatever your name is, how much have you actually looked into the different voting records of every single conservative MP? How much do you know about the pro-life platforms and campaigns that have been pouring money into the Conservative Party for a long time? How much do you actually know of their plans? As a person that's worked with women's health, I can tell you right now that there is definitely a reason to be worried as a woman. They're not going to start off just simply, banning AB all of a sudden, but they can start to slowly change the laws. They can slowly try to give the fetus more rights than it should ever have. They can slowly change ultrasound laws. They can slowly change funding to women's health centers. They can change things without flat outright, we're going to sign in this bill that makes AB illegal overnight. And this has been in the works. This has been in the works for a very long time. They have deep ties to Christian nationalist groups that are very pro-life. And you can't say you can't say that you 110% know that he's not going to touch it just because he uses his mouth and says it. I don't believe any politician. I look at their history, I read about them, I look at their voting record. I actually do my due diligence to see who are they involved with, who's paying the money, what type of campaigns are they doing? Because Pierre doesn't just have rallies with regular folk like you and me. He also has really expensive campaign dinners with very high up oil execs and private healthcare execs and landlords and builders that pay over $1,250 a plate just to be there.
$1,750 actually.
Even more. Okay, so $1,700 just for a single plate. So those are the kind of circles that he runs in. Why would I believe any word that comes out of his mouth? The same way, why would I believe any word that comes out of Trump's mouth when they've been caught lying over and over and over again? I don't see the point of just believing whatever word that he says.
And why would I believe Mark Carney when he's lied 6 times? Why would I?
What has he lied about?
Why would I want to vote Liberal after the last
Stop
9
What
stop
does he
and
years?
lie about?
tell us all of his 6 lies.
Yeah.
Number 1.
6 lies. He said he was going to build pipelines in the West. He went down east and said no. Number
He
2,
wasn't in
he
government.
said
He
he's
wasn't
going to
even
take
in
gas
power.
production off oil and
Okay, here's the thing.
How could he build pipelines?
Besides, he lied about his company moving to the States. He had no part to do with that.
He didn't lie
did.
about his. You're
Yes,
not
he
even
did.
waiting for us. You're not even giving us space to actually speak to you about all of these things. You're just rampaging through them.
The thing
All
is,
his things went into a blind trust. And that was what was required by law.
And PP
Like,
had
give your
Brookfield
head a shake.
shocks. And PP had Brookfield assets too. They found out.
okay, here's the thing. Every Indigenous person on this panel that I know of, I'm going to speak for myself and myself only. They are not the reason why the pipelines have been stopped is you have to have, without a shadow of a doubt, people on the reserve land to sign off on that. If
That's
they
right.
don't
It's
sign
not.
it-
Yeah. Yeah. You're right.
Can I finish my thought, Ed?
Sorry.
You have to have people in the Indigenous community to sign off on these things. You can't just put a pipeline down without the Indigenous people sign off. If they don't want it, it's not going to happen. The federal government has already given the land back to the Inuit in Nunavut, and they've given back the land to the Haida Nation in British Columbia, which means that if oil executives want to come in and try and put in a pipeline, they cannot do it because of the fact that the land does not belong to anybody. They have given that land back to the indigenous people of that land, and this is the thing that people are not understanding. We don't own the land.
You're
We're
right.
stewards of the land.
Right.
This is the thing. If they go to the federal government and say, hey, we want to do this pipeline, you should, let us do it. They can't. Federal government cannot trump that. That is our final say. If we say no, federal government cannot step in. That is why we are asking for land back, because we do not want our ecosystem of this country to be ruined. We are trying to get it back to where it was before colonization ever became a fucking thing. That is what we've been trying to do from day one.
And
people,
I mentioned that earlier. I told the previously, if you were listening, I said that indigenous populations are going to be our saviors against the U.S. because right now the Canadian and Queen and Right or King and Right of Canada have no grounds to negotiate on behalf of indigenous populations.
but again, the indigenous population is protected by UNDRIP, the United Nations
Yes.
Rights of Declaration.
Absolutely.
Yes, you're right.
I do.
So,
I
like
Trump,
Trump can plan what he wants to do, it'll never happen.
Smartsheet, there's a pipeline that
Trump's
was
planning with-
approved in Canada by a company, and they had all the stuff together to build that pipeline. What did the Trudeau Liberals do? They used their tax dollars to buy that pipeline, and it never got built.
Yes, it did. The
No,
Trans
it
Mountain
didn't. Not the
Pipeline.
one- No, there was the one that never got built.
The Trans Mountain Pipeline.
No, not the Trans Mountain.
The Northern Gateway.
Which one?
I'd have to look it up again. It's not Northern Gateway either. One of their
Please
first
The
ones.
Energy East. There's only been or Keystone. That's the only ones I know of.
The XL pipeline didn't get built because Biden and Congress stepped in and blocked that one.
Yeah, that's right.
That's the one that didn't get built. Are you talking about the one in northern Alberta where the tar sands leaked into the water where no
The
one...
Mackenzie Valley one.
Oh,
Maybe figure out which one first. Was it? Did you check?
I will figure it out.
You know,
I'm fortunate enough to live in BC where actually that
just gonna go
stupid
off my
pipeline from Alberta runs under my home, and if
The
it
LNG one.
breaks, like yikes.
Yeah.
But anyway,
If it breaks, there's oil
it
cleanup.
went through.
Can I ask?
Sorry. Do we get the name of the pipeline? I think that.
Apparently, LNG pipeline, I think, is what he mentioned.
That's natural gas. It's not as risky as oil.
That's why is that
It's
the
the
one you
one
said that
that
got?
just runs through British Columbia out to the ocean.
I just want to know which pipeline Taya at the bottom here was talking about so that we could look it up.
I think it's the LNG one, isn't it? The one to Kitimat?
I think it was owned by Kinder Morgan.
Oh. Well, they canceled the Northern Gateway run, right? The Northern Gateway pipeline got canceled, right? But there was another natural gas one that ran across.
I'm not sure, but the one that like runs through where I live and the
Where do you
part
live?
where
Like
I run my dog and
which
whatever
city do you live in, or which area are you in?
I'm near Coquitlam, British Columbia.
Oh, so that'd be the Trans Mountain Pipeline.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, that's
It
the one.
like runs through everywhere.
Yeah, they twinned it actually. They widened it and they put another one right beside it.
Something like that. All
Yeah.
I know is that there's like a huge fear out here by the NDP and the Green Party that like, what if it bursts? Like, who's responsible for the cleanup? Because it's certainly not going to be Danielle Smith.
Well, if it's natural gas, there's not much cleanup required unless it gets in the water. But if it's oil, that's the ones you really got to worry about. The bitumen oil one, the Northern Gateway one that got canceled, that was supposed to be oil, eh? But that one got canceled.
If it's an oil spill,
Anyway,
the
Ed,
company's
can I tell
responsible
you,
for
I
it.
follow you. I
Oh,
like
do you?
your stuff.
Do you?
Yeah,
You've
for
seen all
sure.
my videos and stuff?
I do, and I can't post a lot myself because
Okay.
I'm a middle school teacher, and in
Have
my
you-
district, they monitor our social media, so I need to be really careful.
Yeah, I've got one on there that PP when it's hit almost 250,000 views. The one where he got off the stage and his wife reminded him to attack Carney.
No.
You guys want to hear this
You know what
story?
the irony is?
Yes, I want to hear the
Okay.
story.
2 days ago, he had his presser. His last question was answer was in French. So he walks off the stage. He sees Anna. He's about to give her a kiss. He walks back and he says, "I forgot. Anna reminded me that Mark Carney didn't appear in the TVA debate." And he said that right there. But you know what? Most people cannot. It was in French, so they didn't get it. So I ran it through a translator program that did captions. And if you look on my profile, it's that pinned at the top. It's just a few seconds. But for him to get on the stage and say that, whether it's English or French, and I got it, I posted on my thing. So it says Anna reminded the PM, or PP got reminded by Anna. It's on my profile. Go have a look at it. And yeah,
Oh my gosh.
yeah. So
No,
for him
Ed,
to say that,
I love your stuff, and you know what? Your cat profile picture is the best.
yeah, that's
I'm
Angel.
a cat and dog owner, but
Yeah, that's
okay,
a cat I used to
secretly,
have before. But
between
you know
you
what?
and me, I prefer my cat.
If you guys want, after every time PP has a presser, I always record the question and the answer. You've probably seen those up there, eh?
Oh my gosh. You know, I'm with Daisy because, you know, in my profession, we are mandated and under contract that we can't say and do things, right?
Yeah.
Right?
And, well, some people know who I am, right?
Yeah.
Probably.
Can
And
you go check that out, Beaver Politics? Have a look at my profile.
no, but we are so
I can't do it while I'm in the chat, so
Oh, okay,
it'll
okay,
have to
sorry.
be after.
Yeah, so literally, I'm saying this almost word by word. He was about to get off. He walks up and says, "Anna reminded me to remind you that Mark didn't appear in the TVA debate because he's weak." And I'm like, "What the? You're admitting
Yeah,
your wife?
exactly.
Your wife told you that? Like, what's going on here?" And did you hear the other day where he said he had to get eye surgery because his glasses fell off?
Oh my God, bro. Like, get a grip.
Oh
Was
my
that
God, we're
PP? That was
pinpointing
PP?
Yeah, that was
little
PP
things
that
like
said that.
that, Ed.
Yeah, he said
Are we
that.
seriously pinpointing little things like that? Mark
Yeah, we
Carney
are
goes
because
Wait,
on
it's
and
Luna,
lying.
Luna
It's
Willow.
he
lying.
reminds
We
me of
don't.
Trudeau. He's
No,
Trudeau
it's
Luna Willow.
2.0.
Yes,
Are
I'm
you
listening.
in a profession where you can't really speak out as well?
What's
Yes.
wrong with Pierre? He has a good family and he takes his whole family with him on the campaign trail. That's awesome. You know
No, he
what?
uses his
Whoever
kid as
wins, I
props.
hope
His
it's Pierre that
family's
wins.
being used
I
like
hope it's great
props.
that
Yeah, his
Pierre
kids are
wins.
props. You know what?
No,
Okay, he
Pierre.
had.
Hopefully Pierre wins. He's actually for Canada. Mark Carney just got into the country. Where has he been the whole time?
Oh, come on.
Oh no, not
Oh my
this.
You're not
God.
serious,
Oh
are
my
you?
God.
I
No, he's
can't take you
serious. This
serious.
guy is fully serious, I think.
Yeah,
You know,
Pierre for prime minister.
traveling to work in England like the seasoned world economist that he is.
You know
Left
what?
for a couple
Okay.
of years to go work in England. There's a lot of people that leave to go work in other countries if their career takes them there.
So you think
Who
it's
cares?
okay? So you think it's okay, awesome for him to lug his kids around the country?
Yeah, it's perfectly fine. He wants
Do
to
you
go
think
to
it's
Japan.
okay for him to get it on the stage at the last rally with his kid in his hand and start slamming the Liberals, saying that his kid Cruz is smarter than the Liberals, right in front of his kid, in front of a
They all do that. The Liberals bash conservatives.
not with
Conservatives
their
bash
kids in
liberals.
their hand.
NDP. I don't care if he wants to take his family on a thing.
Yeah,
do
but
what
you
he
don't
lives.
hold
You're
a kid
pinpointing
and
little
slam
things, man.
somebody.
You're
You don't.
pinpointing little things. This is like childish.
And I do want to point out that the type of rhetoric the NDP has taken, because you said the NDP has done it too, it hasn't worked out well for them because progressives don't really like that. We don't like attacks.
Yo, and we don't like lies.
Oh
Not
my
just that, we
God,
also-
you
a lot of
guys!
people
Like,
We just
they
get
live
seem
through the
to
most
only
corrupt
care about
government in
kids
history.
until they're born.
You've
And
just
then
been told
let's,
that
like,
we've
cut the school lunches, cut all the social supports, but keep having those kids, people, because their biological clock is ticking.
Did you hear that yesterday?
So can
About
Daisy,
the biological
Daisy
clock?
asked me a question.
Oh my God, for real.
I know he
Daisy,
said that yesterday. He said that families' biological clocks are running out. I'm like, what the fuck, PP? Why did you say that?
That is
How many-
so rude and disrespectful. I can't even.
can I answer Daisy's question? Because it is actually very important, and certainly within my industry. Yes, I work in the U.S. predominantly, and most of my work, and Canada. I'm a professional athlete, and we are very careful as Canadians that work professional as athletes because we have to be cautious of what we say.
Yeah, because you reflect on Canada.
Well, no. It's not only that; it's getting blowback from MAGA in the U.S. and everything else, right? And we have to for our families and everything else, because we are somewhat visible. How can I say it? I'm trying to be concise in what I say so I don't get in shit. But when you're in the public eye, you have to be very careful. And not only in the public eye, it's just you have to be very conscious of your actions when you're in an environment that, is against your own views and everything else. Like right now, when we're on the road.
Yeah, that's kind of like me being a teacher.
Yes, and that's why you asked the question, because it's no different, right? Because you're dealing with multiple different views from parents and everything. You are. I'm getting it, in our field, in my field, is from your fans and everything else. And so you have to be very careful. Like this is the only site I'm on because I feel a safe haven. And there's a number of people that know who I am on here, but they don't out me. And I really respect those that don't out me, and they're my friends forever. But, it's very hard to be non-political when you see all this shit going around you, right? And particularly when I travel, a lot in the U.S. and you see and hear a lot of crap, and you have to hold your mouth, right? And you go, ugh, right? And I hide my hotel room, right? And we all do now, right? And it's really not fair. It's not fair to your fans. It's not fair because you don't even sign autographs. You don't do anything, right? And you just hide. Like we're in hiding mode, and it's crazy, right?
Oh my God, I feel you because I only post stuff about my pets. If I posted anything political right now, I would literally be in danger of losing my job.
Absolutely. It's crazy. Like the world is crazy right now. We used to go out to restaurants, you get fans, we'd go out as a team, whatever, and, we don't do that anymore. And all these restaurants, they're losing money and everything else, right? Everybody, we have actually parties in the room. We play cards and have room service. Like it's funny. So nobody goes out.
Are any of you guys on Blue Sky at all?
No.
I am.
Yeah, Beaver, if you want. I've got a profile on there too. It's called Thunder Bay Ed. You probably see my stuff.
Oh, you're from Thunder Bay?
Well, no, my profile is Thunder Bay Ed. The only reason it's that way because I got kicked off X so many times. I chose another.
Thunder Bay Ed. I remember you
I've been
from
there.
X.
Oh my God, are you actually from there?
Well, I used to live there years ago, but I happened to be there on holidays when I made my profile. But yeah, I used to live there back.
Man, I can't go there very often because most of my friends there.
Yeah. Well, I lived there
party
just when
way too much.
I lived there in 1974 when I was a kid, when they just merged the two cities.
Oh, the Twin Cities, Lakehead and
Fort William and Port Arthur.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I just love you. You're bringing back memories.
I wasn't born then.
Sorry, guys. I'm going to probably be hopping off here soon. So let's try to end off with a little bit of a political conversation. And then I got to get some dinner before I pass out from not eating all day.
Okay. I'll make a final comment and I'll sign off.
Sure.
I wish everybody just watched the debates before they make their decisions. And, whoever comes out the best, and also deal with your local politicians that are running, and hopefully they'll stand up for what your needs are. And, try to keep an open mind, and don't forget, and I really feel strongly that the Indigenous population is not being included in this election, and I think that should be really pushed more.
100%. We're trying, though. There's a lot of really amazing Indigenous creators on this app that are really doing an amazing job at connecting to their own communities.
I will worry about it, okay?
I'm gonna mute that.
Final thoughts. Please get out and vote.
Yeah, for sure.
I don't care who you're voting for. Just please get out and vote.
Awesome. Taya, or Tay, did you come up with the name of that pipeline?
No, but I'll get back to you tomorrow on it once I figure it out.
Sounds good. I think you're probably talking about the Northern Gateway pipeline, I'm guessing.
Could be. I have to look back into it.
That's the one that got all the heat and stuff, but when I looked into it, it was canceled in 2017, so yes, under the Trudeau government. And it was facing regulatory hurdles from and opposition from environmental groups, particularly in Quebec, and Indigenous communities. So.
Oh yeah.
So.
There's lots of work to do.
I don't see how that's Trudeau's fault. But we can. We can chat more about that tomorrow if you want. I know Progressive Moose is going to be hosting the live tomorrow night, but I'll hop on too just in case. All right, we're going to do final thoughts. If everybody wants to do one final thought, Daisy, I know you already kind of gave yours, but if you want to say something else to add on as a final thought, go for it, and then we're just going to go down
I just think that right now, in a time of political uncertainty, we should go to smartvote.ca and pick the best candidate in our riding and hope for the best.
Yep, I concur. Beaver Politics approves of this message. All right, Luna, do you want to add anything else? I know you already kind of said your piece, but do you want to give your last 2 cents kind of thing?
I think I did. I think you have to look at your local politician and who you're going to vote for. Hopefully, they'll do the best. Under the previous administration, your locals didn't really have a word. So hopefully, we have to vote for who can do the best for your region, right? And certainly for the best for Canada. And watch the debates. I'm not siding with any party right now, and I'm leaning towards one. We all know who that is. But don't forget, I'm not a full-time Canadian citizen because I work in the U.S., and I'm somewhat privileged. So I'm feeling for the people that have to reside under the choices that we make. And, that's really important. And whether it's the little things that are needed in those communities, you have to focus on that as well. That the province and the federal government have to be integrated and what can be delivered within your region. That's what I'm looking for. It's not the big ticket, it's the little ticket that make your life better, right?
Yeah. Thank you so much. Joe.
Yeah. I mean, this one is kind of a weird one. We went literally all over the place.
Whatever you feel like it.
Yeah. Fair enough. I was going to say something about Rachel, but I'm actually reserving that for a video I want to make about that tomorrow. I want to get a little bit more into detail since there's, like everybody else here, there was just a lot of feelings behind it, and I want to give that one a little bit more justice. On a completely side note there, I did want to mention, I did have the pleasure of meeting Rachel on more than one occasion here in Ottawa when she was here. Absolutely fantastic person, wonderful. She is exactly as wonderful as you'd imagine. Probably not as tall as you'd imagine. She's quite tall as she is, about 6 feet. And I also got a chance to meet her mother, and she gave me a wonderful bracelet. It was wonderful. But I digress. The particular point I do want to repeat to everybody else is that particular point that we're seeing Pierre's polling numbers tank, and I'm not going to not say I'm not enjoying that the same as everybody else. It is kind of a good feeling, but do remember everything else that everybody's like, oh, and you don't need to worry about, these numbers are good, these laws are safe, there's nothing there. It is never the case. There's no guarantees. We've seen Roe versus Wade go down. We've seen polls where, two women, not one, but two women lose to Trump. So it is not ever going to be an absolute guarantee. And you need to always look into the same way in regards to, it's never a guarantee. And these things could always occur. And as a secondary side note, I just found out, for those who remember, Val Kilmer, famous from Top Gun and many other movies, passed away today. So, that's it.
Thanks for ending on such a sad note, but...
Yeah, I'm a real shining light at the end, aren't I?
It's okay, we love you. Tay, final thoughts.
Well, I hope the election goes good this April 28th, I hope for a nice landslide for the Conservatives, and they get the power they need to start fixing our country. And Liberals don't really deserve another term in office. They've had 3, and they haven't done much other than cause misery around the country. And for the West, we need change. So.
All right, fair enough.
And with the rallies for Pierre's side, his rallies are looking awesome so far. He's pulling bigger rallies than Harper did in 2011. So
awesome.
That's all. So.
Okay. Well, thank you for sharing.
No problem.
And Tiffany.
Hey, I guess final thoughts. Research each of the parties. Really look into their platforms, what they stand for, what their intentions are if they get the opportunity to form government. Look at smartvoting.ca, check your ridings, see what is the most likely alternative for the party that you for sure don't want to get in, and hopefully both of those two line for you. But mostly, really, I guess, focus on educating yourself on all sorts of different topics. I think if we learn nothing else tonight, that education isn't what it should be it in school, be it in university, etc. And it does fall on us as individuals to really start learning and looking into all of our privileges, our biases, etc., and really unpacking all of that for ourselves and to help educate others. And I am looking forward to hooking up with some of you guys and really learning some more. And because I still have lots to learn, I know. And I apologize.
We all do.
I apologize. I got really spicy.
Don't. It's okay. It's okay. I know you're Canadian and you need to feel, you need to say sorry 50 times. But I promise that one sorry is enough and nobody's mad at you.
Okay, good. Because it's one of the few topics I get very spicy about.
I know. It's okay. And it's totally okay. Just remember, I try to do my job as a moderator, right? And so as a moderator, I try to keep the peace, especially in areas that I know that, again, right? To be brutally honest about our own side, we're not perfect either. Nope. We still have a lot to learn ourselves. And it's
Speak for yourself.
And it's also, well, I mean, I just feel like we always have room to improve. We always have room to do better. And at the end of the day, the only way that we are going to be able to continue as a functioning society in this world is to figure out a way to get along again. Because people are divided and we cannot move forward with that kind of division. It's not going to work out ever. Look at what happened, for example, just with Rachel Gilmore. If we continue to be this divided constantly, it's going to splash over in every area of our lives.
Oh my God, what happened to Rachel Gilmore was so incredibly unfair.
Yep.
I know. But that's what I'm saying, right? So we have to also try. And I know everybody on this side is so sick of trying. I get that. But when we have somebody who's opposition who is very respectful, and I'm a pretty good judge of character. I genuinely don't think that he necessarily had a bad intention. I think that there was just pieces of education that he was missing. And a lot of us that are educated are privileged to be educated because we either grew up in more urban areas or we grew up with families that were very educated that pushed us towards education. Some of us did, some of us didn't, some of us did it on their own. But sometimes we have to look at that too and say, maybe I am privileged to be educated. When I study other cultures, I study other people, I study other ways of life, I see how indoctrinated we all are by our own environment, right? So taking that into consideration, if somebody is being respectful, we should always try to have a nice civil conversation, even if we disagree, because that's the way that we used to be 20 years ago. 20 years ago, you could disagree about politics at dinner with somebody and continue eating and leave still in a friendship after. Do you know what I mean?
Yep.
That's changing right now, and it's not for the better. This is not for the good of humanity as a whole. So if we can keep it civil, I am always happy to have opposition and hear different views and talk calmly about it. It's only when things get really like gross to put it for a better
Spicy.
word, like when it's spicy, when they're like just saying things that are absolutely dangerous to people and like dangerous to society, and coming from a place of like hate, and like you can feel it when somebody wants to watch another person suffer. You can feel that.
Oh, 100%.
And when we feel that, we should call it out. We should retaliate. We should, stand strong. But if somebody is not actually like threatening and being calm, and you can just tell that like they just genuinely want to learn how the other side thinks, let's be nice.
Yeah, and I not to justify my behavior, but I think it also didn't help that I came in
You were fine.
halfway through the conversation too, because I didn't hear a lot of what he had said prior to that. So I came in just as he was starting with all of those questions, and I'm like, no, we're not.
Yeah,
Tiffany,
it's a
Tiffany,
good learning
hang on.
opportunity for all of us.
Yeah.
Tiffany, as a fellow Canadian, you're being way too Canadian right now. Enough with the sorry.
Yeah, like you don't need to say sorry.
I can't help it.
But
It's an Edmontonian thing. I cannot help it.
Fair enough.
I can't help it.
I mean, I guess that's what I'm going to leave it off with tonight. Like, remember that like progress takes a lot of patience, and it's always been our camp that have been the leaders in patience. So let's keep the camp going. I know it's exhausting. I know it's hard. We're going to have to like tap each other in and out of the game sometimes, but we got to keep trying to move forward with patience and kindness. Because as cheesy as this sounds, I do believe that love conquers all.
I agree with that 100%. I fully believe that.
I know, I'm so cheesy, I know. All right, with that, thank you so much for sticking around till the end. We do have shows every single evening here on Beaver Politics. If you want to check out what they are, go to our profile page. If you want to pop into our Discord, go to our profile. We have a link tree. All of everything is in there. Go check it out. And
Thank
I will
you
see
for
you
inviting
guys.
me up.
Always, yeah. Anytime there's a spot and you want to come up, just I'll bring you up.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, guys. Lots of love. Have a great night.
Good
I'm gonna go
night.
finally eat something and watch
Good
some
night.
cheesy TV.
Enjoy. You've earned
Oh,
it
indeed.
100%.
Oh yeah, I'm watching a Colombian drama series right now in Spanish, and I'm loving it.
Okay, you gotta DM me some info about that. I need to hear more.
I always watch the foreign stuff. I'm a total, I'm a European geek. What can I say? All right. Bye, guys.
Love you guys. Bye.
Bye.
Love you. Bye.